Welcome to this gentle journey through time, where we drift slowly along the ancient coastlines of Southeast Asia, carried by the soft whispers of ocean waves that have touched these shores for countless centuries. Tonight we travel together to a land that once flourished beside the South China Sea. A kingdom that rose like morning mist from the waters and evolved over more than 15 centuries into something both magnificent and mysteriously beautiful. This is the story of Champa, a realm that existed in what we now call Vietnam, but which once stood as its own proud and independent kingdom. Stretching along the central coast like a string of precious pearls cast upon the sand by gentle gods. Close your eyes now and let yourself drift backward through the centuries, past the busy modern world with its rushing sounds and bright lights, past the colonial periods and the great wars, past the time when this ancient kingdom finally dissolved into the larger currents of history. Let us float together on these calm waters of memory, back to a time when the world moved more slowly, when great civilizations grew gradually like coral reefs, building themselves layer by patient layer over generations of quiet devotion and steady work. The kingdom of Champa was not born in a single moment of dramatic conquest or sudden revolution, but rather emerged slowly from the mists of prehistory like a lotus flower opening its petals to the morning sun. For thousands of years before this kingdom took its recognizable form, the coastal peoples of this region had lived in harmony with the sea, developing their own quiet culture, their own gentle ways of understanding the world around them. These early inhabitants, whom scholars call the Sahuin people, had already learned the ancient arts of working with clay and bronze, of sailing their boats across the waves to distant islands, of trading with peoples whose languages they did not speak but whose humanity they recognized in the universal gestures of commerce and friendship. As we begin this peaceful exploration of Champa's long and tranquil history, let yourself sink deeper into relaxation, allowing the gentle rhythm of these ancient stories to carry you towards sleep. The kingdom of Champa offers us a perfect subject for this quiet journey, because it was a realm that valued harmony over conquest, trade over warfare, cultural synthesis over cultural dominance. Though it knew periods of conflict, as all kingdoms must, its essential character was one of peaceful accommodation, of learning from neighbors rather than destroying them, of building rather than breaking down. The very name Champa carries within it echoes of distant Sanskrit words, reminders of the ancient connections that link this Southeast Asian kingdom to the great civilizations of India. Connections forged not by armies or imperial edicts, but by the patient work of merchants and scholars, priests and artists who carried ideas and traditions across the waters as gently as the monsoon winds carry rain clouds from ocean to land. Tonight we will explore how these influences blended with local traditions to create something entirely new and uniquely beautiful. A civilization that honored both its indigenous roots and its adopted spiritual practices with equal devotion and equal love. So settle yourself more comfortably now, and prepare to drift with me along these ancient shores, where the waves have been singing the same lullaby for countless generations, where the wind through the palm trees carries stories of kings and queens whose names echo like distant music through the halls of time. Let the soft rhythm of our journey carry you gently towards sleep, as we explore together the peaceful rise of one of Southeast Asia's most enduring and gentle kingdoms, The story of Champa's earliest foundations begins in the dim reaches of prehistory, in an age when the ancestors of the Cham people first felt the call of the sea and began their long romance with the waves that would define their civilization for centuries to come. Long before the first stone temples rose from the coastal plains, long before the first Sanskrit inscriptions were carved into weathered monuments, long before the first Indian merchants arrived with their strange gods and beautiful stories, the people who would become the Cham had already established themselves along these fertile shores, creating a culture that would prove both resilient enough to survive and flexible enough to grow. The Sahuin culture, which archaeologists recognize as the direct ancestor of Cham civilization, flourished along the central coast of what is now Vietnam from approximately 1000 BCE to 200 CE. Spanning more than a millennium of quiet development and gradual sophistication. These were not a people driven by grand ambitions of empire or conquest, but rather a society that found its rhythm in the gentle patterns of seasonal change, in the reliable coming and going of the monsoons, in the patient work of growing rice in flooded fields and catching fish in nets woven from fibers that grew in the marshy lowlands behind the beaches. Archaeological evidence reveals that the Sahuin people were skilled craftsmen who worked with bronze and iron, creating tools and ornaments of remarkable beauty and practical efficiency. Their pottery, decorated with simple geometric patterns that seem to echo the rhythmic patterns of waves against sand, speaks of a people who found artistic inspiration in the natural world around them. But perhaps most significantly for the future development of Champa, these early inhabitants were accomplished sailors and traders, venturing out across the waters in boats carved from single tree trunks to establish connections with other coastal peoples throughout Southeast Asia. The Sahuin burial practices revealed through careful excavation of ancient graveyards show us a society that had developed complex beliefs about death and the afterlife, beliefs that would later blend seamlessly with the Hindu and Buddhist concepts brought by Indian traders and priests. The dead were buried with elaborate grave goods, including bronze implements, glass beads and pottery vessels filled with rice and other offerings for the journey to the next world. Some burials included iron weapons and tools, suggesting a society that had mastered metallurgy and understood the importance of both peaceful crafts and martial preparation. Trade networks established during the Sahuin period stretched across vast distances, connecting the central Vietnamese coast with communities in Thailand, Malaysia, the Philippines, and even India and China. Glass beads found in Sahuin graves were manufactured in workshops thousands of miles away, carried across dangerous waters by merchants who navigated by the stars and trusted their lives to monsoon winds. These trading relationships were not merely commercial but cultural, involving the slow exchange of ideas, techniques, artistic styles, and spiritual concepts that would eventually transform the Sahuin culture into something recognizably Cham. As the centuries passed and the Sahuin culture matured, these trading connections became increasingly important, not just for the material prosperity they brought, but for the cultural enrichment that flowed along the same routes as silk and spices. Indian merchants, following trade winds and ocean currents, began arriving in greater numbers during the 1st and 2nd centuries CE. bringing with them not only exotic goods but also new ways of thinking about art, architecture, government, and the relationship between human beings and the divine. These influences did not arrive as a conquering force but rather as a gentle tide, seeping slowly into local consciousness and blending with indigenous beliefs to create something entirely new. The transformation from Sahuin culture to early Cham civilization was so gradual that no single moment can be identified as the point of change. Instead, like the slow accumulation of sediment that eventually builds new land along a river delta, Indian influences settled layer by layer into the existing cultural foundation, creating a synthesis that honored both traditions while transcending the limitations of either alone. Local chiefs began adopting Sanskrit names and Hindu royal titles, not because they were forced to do so, but because these new forms of identity seemed to offer greater prestige and more sophisticated ways of expressing their authority. The process of Indianization, as scholars call this cultural transformation, was particularly strong in the realm of religion and spirituality. The Sahuin people had their own indigenous beliefs about spirits and ancestors, about the power of natural forces and the importance of maintaining harmony between the human community and the invisible world that surrounded it. When they encountered Hinduism and Buddhism through Indian traders and teachers, they found not contradiction but complementarity. Spiritual systems that enriched rather than replaced their existing understanding of the sacred. Hindu concepts of kingship proved particularly attractive to local rulers, who saw in the Indian tradition of divine monarchy a way to strengthen their authority and legitimize their rule. The idea that a king could be the earthly representative of the gods, that royal power flowed from heaven through the person of the ruler to the people, offered a compelling alternative to the more democratic traditions of the Sahuin villages. Gradually, local chiefs began styling themselves as Rajas and Maharajas, adopting elaborate court ceremonies modeled on Indian practices, and commissioning the construction of temples where Hindu gods could be properly worshipped according to Sanskrit rituals. The adoption of writing systems represents another crucial aspect of this cultural transformation. The Sahuin people had maintained their traditions through oral transmission, relying on the memories of elders and the repetition of sacred stories to preserve their cultural knowledge from generation to generation. The arrival of Indian merchants and priests introduced them to sophisticated writing systems based on Sanskrit and Pallava scripts, opening up entirely new possibilities for record-keeping, legal documentation, religious instruction, and artistic expression. Early Cham inscriptions, dating from the 3rd and 4th centuries CE, reveal a society in the midst of profound cultural change. These stone monuments, carved with texts in both Sanskrit and early Cham languages, record royal donations to Hindu temples, describe the genealogies of ruling families, and preserve the names of gods and kings that would otherwise have been lost to time. The very existence of these inscriptions represents a revolution in consciousness, the emergence of a people who understood the power of written words to preserve memory and project authority across both space and time. The geographical setting of early Cham civilization played a crucial role in shaping its development and character. The central coast of Vietnam, with its numerous natural harbors and river mouths, was ideally situated to take advantage of maritime trade routes that connected China and Southeast Asia with India and the broader Indian Ocean world. Monsoon winds that blew predictably from southwest to northeast during the summer months and reverse direction during winter created a natural rhythm for commercial voyages, allowing merchants to sail from India to Southeast Asia during one season and return home during the next. This maritime orientation profoundly influenced Cham culture, creating a civilization that looked outward toward the sea rather than inward toward the land, that measured wealth in terms of trade goods and foreign connections rather than agricultural production and territorial control, while neighboring peoples focused their energies on expanding their rice fields and building irrigation systems. The early Cham invested their resources in boats and harbors, in the skills of navigation and the arts of diplomacy that would allow them to maintain profitable relationships with distant trading partners. The transition from Sahuin culture to recognizable Cham civilization accelerated during the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE, driven by increasing contact with Indian traders and the gradual adoption of Indian models of statecraft and social organization. Local chiefs who had once ruled over small village communities began styling themselves as kings of larger territories, adopting Sanskrit titles and Hindu symbols of authority, while maintaining their traditional roles as mediators between their people and the spiritual forces that governed human affairs. During this crucial period of transition, the foundations were laid for what would eventually become the Kingdom of Champa proper. The decentralized village communities of the Sahuin period gradually coalesced into larger political units, bound together by trade relationships, marriage alliances, and shared participation in Hindu religious ceremonies. Local rulers began commissioning the construction of brick temples dedicated to Hindu gods, particularly Shiva, who was adopted as the patron deity of royal authority and the protector of the emerging kingdom. These early temples built during the 3rd and 4th centuries CE represent the first truly monumental architecture in the region, marking a dramatic departure from the simple wooden structures that had served earlier communities. Constructed from fired bricks held together with a mysterious mortar whose composition remains unknown to modern engineers. These buildings were designed to last for centuries, to serve as permanent reminders of royal devotion and divine favor that would outlive the kings who built them and the dynasties they founded. The emergence of monumental architecture coincided with the development of more sophisticated artistic traditions, as local craftsmen learned to work in stone and bronze to create sculptures of Hindu gods and goddesses, portrait statues of kings and queens, and elaborate decorative elements for temple walls and doorways. These early works of Cham art show clear influence from Indian models, particularly the Gupta style that was flourishing in India during the same period, but they also displayed distinctively local characteristics that marked them as products of a unique cultural synthesis rather than mere copies of foreign prototypes. As the 3rd century gave way to the 4th, and the 4th to the 5th, the scattered chieftains and petty kingdoms of the central Vietnamese coast began to coalesce around a few major centers of power, each controlling a river valley or coastal plain and maintaining its own religious and cultural traditions while participating in the broader Cham civilization that was emerging throughout the region. These early proto-states would eventually unite under the leadership of ambitious rulers to form the Kingdom of Champa proper. But even in these earliest stages of political development, we can see the characteristics that would define Cham civilization for centuries to come. The emphasis on maritime trade and cultural exchange, the the synthesis of indigenous and Indian traditions, the adoption of Hindu concepts of divine kingship, the development of monumental religious architecture, and the creation of a distinctive artistic style all emerged during this foundational period, establishing patterns that would persist through 15 centuries of political change and cultural evolution. Like seeds planted in fertile soil by patient gardeners, these early innovations would grow slowly over time into the full flowering of Cham civilization, creating a kingdom that balanced respect for tradition with openness to change, local identity with cosmopolitan sophistication, and peaceful prosperity with the occasional necessity of defending their independence against aggressive neighbors. As we drift toward the end of this gentle exploration of Champa's earliest foundations, let yourself sink deeper into the peaceful rhythm of these ancient stories, allowing the soft sound of waves against distant shores to carry you toward sleep. The Sahuin culture and its gradual transformation into early Cham civilization reminds us that the most profound changes often happen slowly, through the patient work of countless individuals who choose adaptation over resistance, synthesis over separation, and cultural enrichment over cultural purity. In learning about these ancient people and their gentle approach to change, we find lessons that echo across the centuries. Whispers of wisdom that speak to our own time and our own choices about how to live in a world of different cultures and competing values. In the gentle twilight of the 2nd century, as the last echoes of the Han Dynasty's expansion were still rippling across the South China Sea like waves from a distant storm, there emerged from the mists of legend and the scattered fragments of historical memory a figure whose name would be whispered with reverence for centuries to come. King Kulin, whose very name seems to carry within it the sound of wind through bamboo groves and the soft lapping of waves against ancient shores, stands at the threshold between myth and history, between the dreamlike realm of ancestral stories and the more concrete world of political rebellion and dynastic change. The story of Kulin unfolds against the backdrop of China's southward expansion during the Han period, a time when the great empire to the north was extending its influence like morning shadows creeping across a peaceful valley, reaching ever further into lands that had known only the gentle rule of local chiefs and the natural rhythms of monsoon and harvest. The Chinese expansion was not the sudden conquest of a military campaign, but rather the gradual assertion of imperial authority. The slow establishment of administrative districts and the patient work of cultural assimilation that sought to transform independent peoples into loyal subjects of the Son of Heaven. For the ancestors of the Cham people, who had lived for centuries in their coastal settlements and river valley communities, this encroaching Chinese influence represented both opportunity and threat. On one hand, inclusion in the Chinese administrative system offered access to new markets, new technologies, and new forms of social organization that could bring prosperity and sophistication to their traditional way of life. Chinese officials brought with them knowledge of advanced agricultural techniques, sophisticated legal systems, and artistic traditions that could enrich local culture in countless ways. Yet beneath these potential benefits lay a more troubling reality: the gradual erosion of local autonomy and the slow disappearance of traditional customs that had defined these peoples for generations beyond counting. Chinese administrators, however well-intentioned their efforts at bringing civilization to what they perceived as barbarian lands, inevitably imposed their own values and expectations upon the communities they governed. Local chiefs found their authority circumscribed by imperial regulations. Traditional religious practices were discouraged in favor of Chinese customs, and young people began to adopt Chinese names and Chinese ways of thinking about the world around them. Into this complex situation of cultural tension and political uncertainty stepped the figure of Ku Lin, a local leader whose exact origins remain shrouded in the gentle mists of legend, but whose impact upon the emerging Cham consciousness was both profound and enduring. According to the traditional stories that have been passed down through centuries of oral transmission, carefully preserved in the collective memory of the Cham people like precious gems wrapped in silk, Ku Lin was not born to rule but rather rose to leadership through his wisdom, his courage, and his deep understanding of both his own people's needs and the broader currents of political change that were reshaping Southeast Asia. The legends tell us that Ku Lin possessed the rare gift of seeing clearly through the complexities of his time, understanding that resistance to Chinese rule could not take the form of simple military opposition but would require instead a more subtle approach, a strategy that combined diplomatic skill with cultural preservation, armed readiness with patient negotiation. He recognized that his people's strength lay not in their ability to field large armies or construct massive fortifications, but rather in their intimate knowledge of the coastal waters and river systems, their extensive trading networks throughout Southeast Asia, and their deep spiritual connection to the land and sea that sustained them. The rebellion that Ku Lin led against Chinese authority was thus not the dramatic uprising of popular imagination, with masses of warriors charging across battlefields beneath flying banners, but rather a more sophisticated campaign of resistance that unfolded slowly over many years like the gradual change of seasons. It began with quiet acts of non-compliance, the subtle refusal to adopt Chinese customs completely, the maintenance of traditional religious ceremonies despite official disapproval, and the preservation of local languages and local ways of understanding kinship and social obligation. As Chinese administrators found their authority increasingly challenged through these peaceful forms of resistance, Ku Lin began to organize a more coordinated response to imperial rule. He forged alliances with other local leaders who shared his concerns about Chinese cultural dominance, creating a network of mutual support that stretched along the entire central coast of what would become Vietnam. These alliances were sealed not through formal treaties written on silk and stamped with official seals, but rather through the older and more binding ties of marriage, shared religious observance, and mutual participation in trading ventures that brought prosperity to all participants. The genius of Ku Lin's approach lay in his understanding that political independence could not be achieved through military means alone, but required the preservation and strengthening of cultural identity. He encouraged his people to maintain their traditional arts and crafts, to continue practicing their ancestral religious ceremonies, and to preserve the oral traditions that connected them to their past and to each other. At the same time, he was wise enough to recognize the value of certain Chinese innovations, adopting those aspects of Chinese culture that could strengthen his people while rejecting those that threatened their essential identity. Under Ku Lin's leadership, the scattered communities of the Central Coast began to develop a shared sense of purpose and identity that transcended the traditional boundaries of village and river valley. For the first time, people who had previously thought of themselves primarily as members of particular clans or residents of specific localities began to imagine themselves as part of a larger community united by common interests and common values. This emerging sense of collective identity would prove to be one of Kulin's most important contributions to the development of Cham civilization, providing the foundation upon which future generations would build their kingdom. The military aspects of Kulin's rebellion, when they finally became necessary, were characterized by the same intelligence and restraint that marked his political strategy. Rather than seeking decisive battles that could result in catastrophic defeat, he favored guerrilla tactics that took advantage of local knowledge and local support. His forces would strike quickly at isolated Chinese outposts and then disappear into the maze of rivers and coastal swamps that they knew better than any foreign administrator could ever hope to learn. These military campaigns were not driven by hatred or vengeance, but rather by the practical necessity of demonstrating to the Chinese authorities that the cost of maintaining control over the central coast would be higher than the benefits such control could provide. Kulin understood that the Han Empire, vast and powerful though it was, faced challenges along many frontiers and could not afford to commit unlimited resources to suppressing resistance in every distant province. By making Chinese rule expensive and difficult, he hoped to convince imperial administrators that it would be wiser to allow the coastal peoples to govern themselves as autonomous allies rather than rebellious subjects. The diplomatic dimensions of Kulin's strategy were equally sophisticated, involving careful negotiations not only with Chinese officials but also with other Southeast Asian rulers who faced similar pressures from expanding empires. He established diplomatic relationships with the emerging kingdoms of Funan and Kauthara, creating a network of mutual support that could resist Chinese expansion through coordinated action rather than isolated rebellion. These diplomatic initiatives required great skill and patience, as they involved navigating complex relationships between peoples who spoke different languages, practiced different religions, and followed different customs. Throughout these years of resistance and negotiation, Kulin never lost sight of his ultimate goal, which was not simply to drive out Chinese influence but rather to create the conditions under which his people could develop their own distinctive civilization. He encouraged the adoption of Indian cultural influences that were flowing into Southeast Asia through maritime trade, seeing in Hindu concepts of kingship and Buddhist philosophies of compassion valuable alternatives to Chinese models of imperial authority. Under his leadership, the first Hindu temples began to rise along the central coast, marking the beginning of that cultural synthesis that would eventually flower into classical Cham civilization. The success of Kulin's rebellion can be measured not in the number of battles won or territories conquered, but rather in the gradual withdrawal of direct Chinese administrative control from the central coast and the recognition by imperial authorities that the peoples of this region would be more valuable as trading partners than as reluctant subjects. By the early decades of the 3rd century, Chinese influence in the area had been reduced to occasional diplomatic missions and commercial relationships, while real political power rested in the hands of local rulers who acknowledged no foreign sovereignty. The establishment of Cham independence under Kulin's leadership created the space within which the distinctive features of Cham civilization could develop and flourish, free from the pressure to conform to Chinese cultural norms. Local artists and craftsmen could experiment with new forms of expression that combined indigenous traditions with influences from India and other parts of Southeast Asia. Religious practices could evolve naturally, blending ancestral beliefs with Hindu and Buddhist concepts in ways that enriched rather than replaced traditional spirituality. The political system that emerged from Kulin's rebellion was notably different from both Chinese imperial administration and the simple village democracy that had characterized earlier periods. Drawing inspiration from Indian models of divine kingship while maintaining traditional respect for local autonomy. Cham rulers developed a form of government that balanced centralized authority with decentralized decision-making. Kings ruled by divine mandate and maintained elaborate courts modeled on those of Indian monarchs. But their actual power was limited by the need to maintain consensus among local chiefs and the practical constraints imposed by the kingdom's maritime orientation. The legacy of Kulin's rebellion extended far beyond the immediate achievement of political independence. By demonstrating that small Southeast Asian communities could successfully resist the expansion of great empires through intelligent strategy and coordinated action, he provided a model that would inspire later generations of rulers throughout the region. His emphasis on cultural preservation and adaptation rather than simple military resistance showed how traditional societies could modernize without losing their essential identity. Perhaps most importantly, Kulin's rebellion established the principle that the peoples of the Central Coast possessed the inherent right to govern themselves according to their own values and traditions. This principle would be tested many times in the centuries that followed, as Cham rulers faced pressure from expanding Vietnamese kingdoms to the north and Khmer empires to the west. But it would never be entirely abandoned, even during periods when Cham independence was compromised by foreign invasion or internal conflict. The memory of Kulin's successful resistance would continue to inspire those who dreamed of restoring their people's freedom. The transformation of scattered coastal communities into a unified political entity under Kulin's leadership also created the conditions necessary for the flourishing of Cham maritime trade. Free from the restrictions imposed by Chinese commercial regulations and able to establish direct diplomatic relationships with other Southeast Asian kingdoms, Cham merchants could take full advantage of their strategic location along major shipping routes between China and India. The prosperity that resulted from this expanded trade would provide the economic foundation for the cultural achievements of later periods. As we follow the gentle currents of this ancient story toward its peaceful conclusion, we can see how Kulin's rebellion represents a crucial turning point in the development of Southeast Asian civilization. His success in achieving independence through a combination of military resistance, diplomatic negotiation, and cultural preservation demonstrated that small nations could maintain their autonomy even in an age of expanding empires, provided they were led by rulers who understood both their own strengths and the limitations of their opponents. The figure of Kulin himself, as he emerges from the mists of legend and the fragments of historical record, embodies many of the qualities that would characterize Cham civilization throughout its long history. His combination of practical intelligence with spiritual wisdom, his ability to balance respect for tradition with openness to beneficial change, and his understanding that true strength comes from unity rather than dominance, all reflect values that would guide Cham rulers for centuries to come. in the quiet hours after his final victory over Chinese authority. As the last imperial administrators departed from the coastal cities and the first independent Cham kings began to establish their courts, Kulin could perhaps reflect with satisfaction on what he had accomplished. He had not merely driven out foreign rulers, but had created something new and valuable. A political and cultural synthesis that honored the best of both indigenous and foreign traditions while remaining true to the essential spirit of his people. The temples that rose during his reign, decorated with sculptures that blended local artistic traditions with Indian iconography, stood as permanent monuments to this achievement. The trading ships that sailed from Cham ports carrying goods to distant markets carried with them not only commercial cargo but also the news that a new kingdom had emerged in Southeast Asia, one that offered an alternative to the imperial models of China and the emerging patterns of territorial conquest that were beginning to characterize the region. As the story of Kulin's rebellion draws to its gentle close, like waves subsiding after a distant storm, we can see how his achievement provided the foundation for everything that would follow in Cham history. The independence he won through patient struggle and intelligent strategy would allow his successors to build one of Southeast Asia's most distinctive and enduring civilizations, one that would contribute to the cultural richness of the region while maintaining its own unique identity through centuries of change and challenge. Let the peaceful resolution of this ancient conflict carry you now towards sleep, as we prepare to explore in future chapters how the kingdom that Kulin founded would grow and flourish under the guidance of rulers who shared his wisdom and his vision. In the gentle rhythm of these old stories, in the soft whisper of wind through temple corridors and the distant sound of waves against ancient shores, we find the same peace that must have settled over the central coast of Vietnam in those quiet days when independence had been won and the future stretched ahead like an uncharted sea, full of promise and possibility. In the centuries that followed the gentle rebellion of King Kulin, when the coastal kingdoms of central Vietnam had established their independence from Chinese administrative control and begun to chart their own course through the complex currents of Southeast Asian politics, there arrived from across the western waters a different kind of influence altogether, one that came not with armies or imperial edicts, but rather on the monsoon winds that had carried merchants and ideas between India and Southeast Asia since time immemorial. This was the soft and gradual introduction of Hindu traditions, philosophical concepts, and religious practices that would transform Cham civilization as profoundly as spring rain transforms a winter landscape, bringing new life and new possibilities while respecting and nurturing what had grown there before. The arrival of Hindu influences in the emerging Cham kingdoms was not a single event that can be dated to a particular year or attributed to the actions of specific individuals, but rather a process that unfolded slowly over many generations, like the patient work of craftsmen building a temple stone by stone, each element carefully chosen and precisely placed to create something beautiful and enduring. Indian merchants had been sailing to Southeast Asian ports for centuries before the formal establishment of Cham independence, carrying in their ships not only silk and spices, precious stones, and fine metalwork, but also stories and songs, religious concepts, and philosophical ideas that gradually took root in local consciousness like seeds scattered by the wind in fertile soil. These early Indian traders were not missionaries in any formal sense, not representatives of established religious institutions seeking to convert foreign peoples to their beliefs, but rather ordinary men engaged in the ancient work of commerce, who carried their gods and their customs with them as naturally as they carried their families and their memories of home. When they established temporary settlements in Cham ports to wait for favorable winds, or to conduct extended negotiations with local merchants, they built small shrines to ensure the protection of their familiar deities, performed traditional ceremonies to mark important festivals, and shared with their hosts the stories that explained their understanding of the universe and humanity's place within it. The Cham people, with their traditional openness to beneficial influences from abroad and their sophisticated understanding of the relationship between material prosperity and spiritual harmony, found much to admire in these Hindu traditions. The Indian concept of dharma, the idea that all beings have specific duties and responsibilities that contribute to the maintenance of cosmic order, resonated deeply with existing Cham beliefs about the importance of maintaining proper relationships between human communities and the spiritual forces that governed natural phenomena. The Hindu understanding of karma, the principle that actions have consequences that extend beyond immediate circumstances into future lives and future generations, complemented traditional Cham teachings about the interconnectedness of all life and the responsibility of each individual to consider the effects of their choices upon the larger community. Perhaps most significantly for the political development of the Cham kingdoms, Hindu concepts of divine kingship offered local rulers a sophisticated framework for understanding and exercising their authority that was both more elaborate and more spiritually grounded than anything available in their indigenous traditions. According to Hindu political philosophy, a king was not merely a successful warrior or a clever administrator, but rather the earthly representative of divine order, chosen by the gods to maintain justice and prosperity among his people. This understanding of royal authority carried with it both great privileges and great responsibilities, elevating the status of rulers while simultaneously constraining their power through complex ritual obligations and moral expectations. The gradual adoption of Hindu concepts of kingship can be traced through the changing titles and ceremonial practices of Cham rulers during the 3rd and 4th centuries. Local chiefs who had previously been known by simple indigenous names began styling themselves with Sanskrit titles like Raja and Maharaja, constructing elaborate royal genealogies that connected their families to legendary Indian heroes and divine beings. Court ceremonies became increasingly complex and formal, incorporating elements of Hindu ritual design to demonstrate the ruler's connection to cosmic forces and his fitness to govern according to divine principles. This transformation in royal ideology was accompanied by equally significant changes in religious architecture and artistic expression. The simple wooden shrines that had served earlier Cham communities were gradually replaced by permanent brick temples designed according to Indian architectural principles and decorated with sculptures of Hindu gods and goddesses. These early temples, while clearly influenced by Indian prototypes, displayed distinctively Cham characteristics that marked them as products of cultural synthesis rather than mere imitation. Local craftsmen learned to work with new materials and new techniques while maintaining their traditional aesthetic sensibilities, creating buildings that honored Hindu deities while remaining recognizably Cham in their proportions and decorative details. The construction of these Hindu temples represented a massive investment of community resources and royal authority, requiring not only skilled craftsmen and expensive materials, but also the development of new forms of social organization capable of supporting large-scale construction projects over many years. Temple building became a way for Cham rulers to demonstrate their piety and their power simultaneously, creating permanent monuments to their devotion that would outlast their individual reigns and serve as focal points for community religious life for centuries to come. The temples also served important economic functions, controlling extensive agricultural lands and managing complex networks of trade relationships that helped fund their maintenance and expansion. The introduction of Hindu deities into Cham religious practice followed patterns similar to those observed in other parts of Southeast Asia during the same period, with certain gods and goddesses proving particularly attractive to local worshippers while others remained peripheral to everyday religious concerns. Shiva, the great god of destruction and renewal, emerged as the most important Hindu deity in Cham religious life, perhaps because his dual nature as both destroyer and creator resonated with traditional Cham understanding of the cyclical nature of existence and the necessary relationship between endings and beginnings. Shiva's role as the divine dancer whose cosmic performance maintains the rhythm of universal change appealed to a people whose lives were governed by the predictable cycles of monsoon and harvest. Storm and calm. The worship of Shiva in Cham temples took forms that blended Indian ritual practices with indigenous ceremonial traditions, creating new forms of religious expression that satisfied both foreign theological requirements and local spiritual needs. Sanskrit mantras were recited alongside traditional Cham prayers. Indian musical instruments accompanied indigenous songs, and ritual offerings combined foreign flowers and foods with locally produced rice, fruit, and fish. These syncretic religious practices reflected the broader pattern of cultural adaptation that characterized the Hindu influence in Champa, where foreign elements were not simply adopted wholesale but rather integrated thoughtfully into existing systems of belief and practice. The goddess traditions of Hinduism also found fertile ground in Cham religious consciousness, particularly those associated with fertility, prosperity, and protection. Local female deities, who had long been worshipped as guardians of villages and protectors of families, were gradually identified with Hindu goddesses like Durga and Lakshmi, creating new forms of divine identity that honored both traditions while expanding the spiritual resources available to ordinary worshippers. These goddess figures often became associated with specific temples or geographic locations, serving as spiritual focal points for entire communities and playing important roles in agricultural ceremonies and life cycle rituals. The influence of Hindu traditions extended beyond formal religious practice into virtually every aspect of Cham intellectual and cultural life. The introduction of Sanskrit as a scholarly and liturgical language opened up access to vast libraries of Indian literature, philosophy, and technical knowledge that had been developed over many centuries by some of the world's most sophisticated thinkers. Cham scholars learned to read and write Sanskrit texts, gradually creating their own literature that combined Indian literary forms with local subject matter and concerns. This scholarly tradition would eventually produce works of lasting value, including chronicles of Cham history, collections of religious poetry, and technical treatises on subjects ranging from astronomy to architecture. The adoption of Indian mathematical and astronomical knowledge proved particularly valuable for a maritime civilization that depended upon accurate navigation and precise timing of trading voyages. Hindu astronomical texts provided Cham navigators with sophisticated methods for calculating the positions of stars and planets, predicting the timing of monsoons, and determining the most favorable dates for important undertakings. This technical knowledge was often integrated with religious practice, as temple priests became responsible for maintaining calendars and providing astrological advice to rulers and ordinary citizens alike. Hindu concepts of medicine and healing also found ready acceptance among the Cham people, who had their own traditional medical practices but welcomed new knowledge that could supplement and enhance their healing capabilities. Indian medical texts introduced new understandings of anatomy and physiology, new diagnostic techniques, and new treatments for various ailments. These medical traditions were often closely connected to religious practice, as healing was understood to involve spiritual as well as physical dimensions, requiring both technical skill and divine blessing for complete success. The transformation of Cham society through the adoption of Hindu traditions was not without its challenges and complications. Some members of traditional communities resisted the introduction of foreign religious practices, fearing that ancient customs and ancestral spirits would be neglected or forgotten in the enthusiasm for new gods and new ceremonies. These concerns were often addressed through careful adaptation that found ways to honor both old and new traditions simultaneously, creating syncretic practices that satisfied conservative and progressive elements within Cham society. The gradual adoption of Hindu caste concepts posed particular challenges for Cham's social organization, which had traditionally been more egalitarian and flexible than the rigid hierarchical systems characteristic of classical Indian society. Cham communities developed their own interpretations of caste principles that maintained some degree of social stratification while preserving traditional patterns of mobility and interchange between different groups. The result was a social system that incorporated certain Hindu elements while remaining distinctively Cham in its essential character and practical operation. The influence of Hindu traditions on Cham artistic expression proved to be one of the most creative and enduring aspects of this cultural synthesis. Local artists learned to create sculptures and paintings that depicted Hindu deities and mythological scenes, while maintaining their own aesthetic sensibilities and technical approaches. Cham temple sculpture developed its own distinctive style that combined Indian iconographic requirements with local preferences for particular proportions, decorative motifs, and expressive qualities. These artistic traditions would continue to evolve throughout the history of the Cham kingdoms, creating works of remarkable beauty and spiritual power that stand today as monuments to the creative possibilities inherent in cultural exchange. The development of Cham literature during this period of Hindu influence represents another remarkable achievement of cultural synthesis. Local poets and scholars learned to work within Sanskrit literary conventions while creating works that addressed distinctively Cham concerns and celebrated local heroes and historical events. Epic poems that told the stories of Cham kings and queens were composed according to Indian metrical patterns, but filled with details drawn from local geography, customs and beliefs. Religious literature that explained Hindu philosophical concepts was written in ways that made these ideas accessible to people familiar with traditional Cham spiritual practices. The transformation of Cham political institutions through the adoption of Hindu concepts of governance proved to be both beneficial and complex. The elaboration of royal authority according to Indian models certainly enhanced the prestige and effectiveness of Cham rulers, providing them with sophisticated administrative techniques and legitimizing ideologies that strengthened their ability to maintain order and promote prosperity. However, the increasing formalization of royal power also created new forms of social distance between rulers and subjects, gradually replacing the relatively informal and personal relationships that had characterized earlier periods with more hierarchical and ceremonial patterns of interaction. The economic implications of Hindu influence were equally significant, as the construction and maintenance of elaborate temples required substantial investments of resources that might otherwise have been used for different purposes. However, these temple complexes also served important economic functions, controlling agricultural lands, managing trading relationships, and providing employment for large numbers of craftsmen, priests, and administrative personnel. The temples became centers of economic activity that contributed to overall prosperity while serving their primary religious functions. As the process of Hindu cultural adoption continued through the 4th and 5th centuries, the Cham kingdoms gradually developed into something recognizably different from both their indigenous predecessors and their Indian models. This new synthesis represented neither the wholesale adoption of foreign culture nor the simple preservation of traditional practices, but rather the creation of something genuinely new that honored both traditions while transcending the limitations of either alone. The result was a civilization that could engage confidently with the broader cultural currents of Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean world while maintaining its own distinctive identity and values. The peaceful nature of this cultural transformation stands as one of its most remarkable characteristics. Unlike many historical examples of cultural change that were imposed through conquest or economic coercion, the adoption of Hindu traditions in Champa occurred through voluntary choices made by individuals and communities who saw genuine value in what was being offered. This voluntary character of the transformation helps explain both its thoroughness and its creative character, as people who choose to adopt new practices are more likely to adapt them thoughtfully to their own circumstances and needs. The legacy of this period of Hindu influence would continue to shape Cham civilization throughout its subsequent history, providing spiritual and intellectual resources that would prove valuable during times of both prosperity and adversity. The temples built during these early centuries would serve as focal points for community life for many generations. The artistic traditions established during this period would continue to inspire later creators, and the philosophical and religious concepts adopted from Hinduism would provide guidance and comfort to countless individuals seeking to understand their place in the universe and their responsibilities to their communities. As we allow these gentle stories of cultural transformation to carry us toward sleep, we can appreciate how the adoption of Hindu traditions in Champa represents one of history's most successful examples of peaceful cultural synthesis. The Cham people's ability to remain open to beneficial influences while maintaining their essential identity offers lessons that remain relevant in our own time, when questions of cultural change and preservation continue to challenge communities around the world. In the soft rhythm of these ancient transformations, in the patient work of generations who chose adaptation over resistance and synthesis over separation, we find the same peaceful wisdom that can guide us toward rest and renewal in our own lives. Deep in the heart of the ancient landscape where the coastal plains of central Vietnam give way to the gentle foothills of the Annamite Mountains, where morning mists drift like spirits between stands of ancient trees and the sound of distant streams creates a natural lullaby that has echoed unchanged through countless centuries. There lies hidden among the verdant valleys one of Southeast Asia's most remarkable and peaceful sacred sites. This is my son whose very name whispers of beauty and mystery. A complex of Hindu temples that served for more than a millennium as the spiritual heart of Cham civilization. A place where kings and common people alike came to seek the blessings of the gods and to participate in religious ceremonies that connected their earthly lives to the eternal rhythms of the cosmos. The choice of this particular valley as the location for what would become the most important religious center in the Cham kingdoms was not made hastily or without careful consideration of both practical and spiritual factors. The site possessed all the qualities that ancient Indian texts prescribed for the construction of sacred temples. Nestled in a natural amphitheater formed by rolling hills that provided both protection and privacy. Blessed with fresh water from mountain streams that never ran dry even during the hottest months of the year, and graced with a sense of natural harmony and tranquility that seemed to invite contemplation and spiritual reflection. According to the legends that have been preserved in Cham oral tradition and recorded in ancient Sanskrit inscriptions found among the temple ruins, the Valley of My Son was first recognized as a sacred place during the late 4th century, when King Bhadravarman, one of the earliest rulers to fully embrace Hindu religious traditions, experienced a divine vision that revealed to him the location where the gods wished to be worshipped. The king had been traveling through the mountains on a hunting expedition when he became separated from his companions during a sudden mountain storm. Finding shelter in a cave that overlooked the valley that would later become My Son. As the storm raged outside his temporary refuge, the king fell into a deep meditation, and in that peaceful state of contemplation he received a vision of the god Shiva, who appeared to him in his aspect as Bhadrashvara, the lord of the mountain, and commanded him to establish a temple complex in the valley below, where the divine presence could be properly honored according to the ancient rituals prescribed in the Hindu sacred texts. When the storm passed and the king emerged from his cave, he found that the entire valley was bathed in an ethereal golden light, and he knew that he had been chosen to create something that would endure far beyond his own lifetime. The construction of the first temple at My Son began almost immediately after King Bhadravarman's return to his capital, but it was undertaken with the patient deliberation that would characterize all subsequent building projects at the site. The king assembled the finest craftsmen and architects available in his kingdom, men who had studied the ancient Indian texts that described the proper methods for temple construction and who understood the precise geometric relationships and symbolic proportions that would ensure the divine approval of their work. These master builders approached their task not merely as a construction project but as a sacred undertaking that required spiritual preparation, ritual purification, and constant attention to the cosmic harmonies that governed all aspects of temple architecture. The materials chosen for the construction of my son's temples reflected both practical considerations and symbolic meanings that connected the earthly buildings to celestial prototypes. The primary construction material was brick, carefully selected from local clay that was processed according to traditional methods and fired in kilns that had been consecrated according to Hindu ritual requirements. These bricks were bound together with a mysterious mortar whose exact composition remains unknown to modern engineers but which has proven remarkably durable, holding the temple walls together through centuries of monsoon rains, tropical heat, and occasional earthquakes that would have destroyed buildings constructed with less sophisticated techniques. The architectural style that emerged at my son represented a unique synthesis of Indian temple architecture with local building traditions and aesthetic preferences, creating structures that honored Hindu religious requirements while remaining distinctively Cham in their proportions and decorative details. The temples were built according to the traditional Indian concept of the sacred mountain, with their central towers rising like peaks toward heaven and their horizontal elements extending outward like foothills, creating an architectural landscape that echoed the natural mountainous setting, while transforming it into something consciously sacred and spiritually significant. The earliest temples at my son were relatively simple structures, consisting of single towers that housed the sacred lingam of Shiva and modest adjoining buildings that provided space for ritual preparations and ceremonial gatherings. However, as the site grew in importance and successive kings added their own contributions to the complex, the architectural program became increasingly elaborate and sophisticated. New temples were added to honor different aspects of Hindu deities. Ceremonial halls were constructed to accommodate larger gatherings, and elaborate gateways were built to mark the transition from the ordinary world outside to the sacred realm within the temple grounds. The sculptural decoration of my son's temples represents one of the finest achievements of Cham artistic tradition, combining masterful technical execution with profound spiritual understanding to create works that function both as architectural ornament and as aids to religious contemplation. The temple walls were covered with relief sculptures that depicted scenes from Hindu mythology, particularly stories associated with Shiva and his various manifestations. But these traditional Indian themes were interpreted through distinctively Cham artistic sensibilities that emphasized grace and harmony over drama and conflict. Among the most remarkable sculptural achievements at my son are the standing statues of Hindu deities that were placed in niches around the temple exteriors and within the inner sanctuaries. These sculptures, carved from local sandstone with extraordinary skill and attention to detail, display the characteristic Cham preference for smooth, flowing lines and serene facial expressions that convey spiritual tranquility rather than earthly emotion. The figures seem to float weightlessly within their architectural settings, their graceful poses and gentle gestures creating an atmosphere of peace and contemplation that perfectly complemented the site's natural serenity. The religious life of my son revolved around elaborate ceremonies that followed the liturgical calendar established in ancient Indian texts, but adapted to local conditions and preferences. Daily worship services included the ritual bathing and dressing of the sacred images, the presentation of offerings that typically included flowers, fruits, rice, and specially prepared foods, and the recitation of Sanskrit mantras that were believed to invoke the presence of the gods and ensure their continued protection of the kingdom. These daily rituals were conducted by a permanent community of priests who lived within the temple complex and who had undergone years of training in the proper performance of Hindu ceremonies. The most important religious celebrations at my son occurred during the major Hindu festivals, particularly those associated with Shiva. When pilgrims would travel from throughout the Cham kingdoms to participate in elaborate ceremonies that could last for several days. During these festivals, the normally quiet temple complex would come alive with the sound of sacred music, the recitation of religious poetry, and the performance of ritual dances that told the stories of the gods and celebrated their benevolent intervention in human affairs. The festival atmosphere was one of joyous devotion rather than solemn ceremony, reflecting the Cham understanding of religious worship as a source of happiness and spiritual fulfillment rather than burden or obligation. The economic importance of my son extended far beyond its religious functions, as the temple complex controlled extensive agricultural lands that had been donated by successive kings and wealthy devotees over the centuries. These temple estates were worked by communities of farmers who owed their labor service to the gods, and whose agricultural surplus supported not only the resident priests and temple staff, but also the elaborate construction projects and religious ceremonies that maintained the site's prestige and spiritual effectiveness. The temple administration developed sophisticated systems for managing these agricultural resources, keeping detailed records of land holdings, crop yields, and labor obligations that provide modern historians with valuable insights into the economic foundations of Cham society. The scholarly activities centered at my son also contributed to its importance as a cultural center that influenced intellectual life throughout the Cham kingdoms. The temple library contained extensive collections of Sanskrit texts on religious, philosophical, and technical subjects, and the resident scholars engaged in copying manuscripts, composing original works, and training students in the complex arts of Sanskrit grammar, Hindu theology, and ritual practice. This scholarly tradition helped preserve and transmit not only religious knowledge but also practical learning in fields such as astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and architecture that proved valuable for the broader development of Cham civilization. The artistic workshops associated with my son produced not only the sculptures and architectural elements needed for the temple complex itself, but also religious art that was distributed to smaller temples throughout the Cham territories. Master craftsmen working under temple patronage developed distinctive styles and techniques that influenced artistic production across the entire region, creating a recognizable Cham school of religious art that combined technical excellence with spiritual sensitivity. The training of apprentice artists and craftsmen at my son helped ensure the continuity of these artistic traditions across many generations. As the centuries passed and different dynasties rose to power in the Cham kingdoms, each new ruler sought to demonstrate his piety and enhance his prestige by adding new structures to the My Son complex. This pattern of continuous construction and renovation meant that the site gradually evolved into a complex architectural ensemble that reflected the changing tastes and spiritual concerns of successive generations, while maintaining its essential character as a sacred place dedicated to the worship of Shiva. The result was a temple complex of remarkable diversity and richness that served as a virtual museum of Cham architectural and artistic achievement spanning more than a millennium. The peaceful atmosphere that characterized daily life at My Son was carefully maintained through elaborate rules and customs that govern behavior within the sacred precincts. Visitors were required to purify themselves through ritual bathing before entering the temple grounds, to dress appropriately in clean white clothing, and to conduct themselves with the quiet dignity befitting a sacred place. The consumption of meat and alcohol was forbidden within the temple complex, and all activities were regulated according to principles designed to maintain the spiritual harmony that made effective religious practice possible. The natural setting of My Son contributed as much to its spiritual atmosphere as did the human-made temples and sculptures. The valley was carefully landscaped according to principles derived from Indian garden design, with flowering trees and aromatic plants arranged to create an environment that appealed to all the senses while promoting contemplation and inner peace. Sacred pools and fountains provided the sound of gently flowing water, while carefully tended groves of trees offered shade and shelter for quiet meditation. The integration of natural and architectural elements created a unified sacred landscape that seemed to embody the Hindu understanding of divine presence as something that pervaded all aspects of the created world. The decline of My Son as an active religious center began during the late medieval period, as political changes and military conflicts gradually reduced the power and resources of the Cham kingdoms that had supported the temple complex for so many centuries. The last major construction projects at the site were completed during the 14th century, and by the 15th century the resident priestly community had been substantially reduced. However, the temples continued to receive pilgrims and to serve important ceremonial functions even as their political influence and economic resources declined. The gradual abandonment of My Son was not a sudden catastrophe, but rather a slow process that unfolded over several centuries as changing political and religious circumstances made it increasingly difficult to maintain the elaborate ceremonial life that had once flourished there. Local communities continued to regard the site as sacred and to visit it for important religious observances, but the great festivals and elaborate construction projects that had characterized its golden age gradually became memories preserved in oral tradition rather than living realities. The rediscovery of My Son by modern archaeologists during the late 19th and early 20th centuries revealed the remarkable state of preservation that had been maintained by the dry mountain climate and the care of local people who continued to regard the ruins as sacred. The patient work of archaeological excavation and scholarly research has gradually reconstructed the history of the site and revealed the sophisticated level of artistic and architectural achievement that characterized Cham civilization at its height. These discoveries have helped modern observers appreciate not only the religious and cultural significance of My Son, but also its importance as evidence of the creative possibilities inherent in cross-cultural exchange and synthesis. The temple complex of my son stands today as a monument to the peaceful integration of different cultural traditions and the power of religious devotion to inspire remarkable achievements in art and architecture. The synthesis of Indian religious concepts with indigenous artistic traditions that characterize the site represents one of history's most successful examples of cultural adaptation, demonstrating how foreign influences can be thoughtfully absorbed and creatively transformed rather than simply copied or rejected. The serene beauty of the temple ruins, set in their tranquil mountain valley, continues to inspire visitors with the same sense of peace and spiritual harmony that drew pilgrims to the site for more than 1,000 years. The legacy of my son extends far beyond its historical importance as a religious center, serving as a symbol of the Cham people's enduring commitment to cultural preservation and spiritual values even in the face of political adversity and social change. The careful maintenance of oral traditions that preserve the memory of the site's significance. The continued reverence shown by local communities for the ancient temples, and the ongoing efforts to protect and study the archaeological remains all demonstrate the continuing relevance of my son's spiritual and cultural message for contemporary audiences. As we allow these gentle stories of sacred architecture and peaceful devotion to carry us towards sleep, we can appreciate how the temples of my son embody humanity's eternal search for meaning and transcendence. The universal desire to create something beautiful and lasting that connects earthly life to larger cosmic purposes. In the quiet halls of these ancient temples, in the serene faces of their sculptured deities, and in the tranquil mountain setting that shelters them from the noise and chaos of the modern world, we find the same peace that has offered comfort and inspiration to countless generations of pilgrims and seekers. Let the enduring serenity of this sacred place accompany you now into the peaceful realm of dreams, where the whispered prayers of ancient devotees still echo through temple corridors bathed in golden mountain light, and where the eternal rhythms of devotion and contemplation continue their gentle dance through the cycles of night and day, season and year, generation and age. In the gentle warmth of the 7th century, when the monsoon winds carried the sweet fragrance of jasmine flowers across the coastal plains of central Vietnam and the morning mist drifted like silk scarves through the valleys where ancient temples were beginning to rise toward heaven, there ascended to the throne of Champa a ruler whose reign would come to represent the very essence of what historians would later call the kingdom's golden age, a period of such remarkable prosperity and cultural achievement that its memory would shine like a beacon through all the centuries that followed. This was King Prasadharma, who took the royal name Vikrantavarman upon his coronation in the year 653, a man whose very name seems to whisper of enlightenment and wisdom, whose reign of 33 peaceful years would transform the scattered principalities of the Central Coast into a unified kingdom that commanded respect from the great Tang Empire of China to the mighty Khmer courts of Angkor. The story of Prasadharma's rise to power begins not with dramatic conquest or violent upheaval, but rather with the quiet wisdom of a prince who had spent his youth studying the ancient texts of India, learning the sophisticated arts of statecraft and diplomacy, and developing the deep spiritual understanding that would guide his decisions throughout his long and prosperous reign. born into the royal family of the Gangaraja dynasty, which had ruled portions of the central coast for several generations. He was the son of Prince Jagadharma and the grandson of the respected King Kandarpadharma, inheriting not only the blood of kings but also the accumulated wisdom of a lineage that had long understood the delicate art of balancing local traditions with foreign influences, indigenous customs with cosmopolitan sophistication. From his earliest years, the future king displayed an unusual combination of intellectual curiosity and practical wisdom that would serve him well in the complex world of 7th century Southeast Asian politics. His tutors learned Brahmins who had traveled from the courts of India to serve the Cham royal family, found in him an eager student who absorbed their teachings about Sanskrit literature, Hindu philosophy, and the intricate science of astronomy with the enthusiasm of someone who understood that knowledge was not merely decoration for royal authority, but rather the essential foundation upon which wise governance must be built. Under their patient guidance, he learned to read and write Sanskrit with the fluency of a native speaker, to recite the great epic poems of the Ramayana and Mahabharata from memory, and to understand the complex mathematical calculations that governed the movement of stars and planets across the night sky. Yet even as he mastered these foreign traditions, Prakasitharma never lost touch with the indigenous customs and beliefs of his own people, spending long hours listening to the stories told by village elders, learning the ancient songs that preserved the memory of ancestral heroes, and participating in the traditional ceremonies that connected the Cham people to their land and their ancestors. This dual education in both Sanskrit learning and local wisdom would prove to be one of his greatest strengths as a ruler, allowing him to serve as a bridge between different cultural traditions while remaining authentically rooted in his own people's values and concerns. When he finally ascended to the throne in 653, at an age when he had achieved the perfect balance between youthful energy and mature judgment, Prakasitharma inherited a kingdom that was both blessed with enormous potential and challenged by significant obstacles. The scattered principalities that acknowledged Cham authority stretched along hundreds of miles of coastline, from the mountains of central Vietnam down toward the fertile plains that bordered the great Mekong River, but they had never been truly unified under a single administrative system or coordinated political authority. Local chiefs maintained their traditional autonomy. Ancient rivalries continued to simmer between different communities, and the constant pressure from expanding Chinese and Khmer powers threatened to fragment the kingdom even further. Rather than attempting to impose unity through military force or administrative coercion, Prakasitharma chose a more subtle and ultimately more effective approach to the challenge of unification. He began by embarking upon a series of royal progresses throughout his territories, traveling from village to village and court to court not as a conqueror but as a visitor, taking time to listen to local concerns, to participate in traditional ceremonies, and to demonstrate his respect for local customs and traditions. These journeys, which often lasted for months at a time, allowed him to establish personal relationships with local leaders while learning firsthand about the practical challenges and opportunities that faced different parts of his kingdom. During these travels, Prakasitharma displayed the remarkable ability to remember not only the names and faces of hundreds of individuals, but also their specific concerns and circumstances, so that when he returned to a community months or years later, he could inquire about the health of particular family members, the progress of specific construction projects, or the resolution of local disputes that had been discussed during his previous visit. This attention to personal detail, combined with his genuine interest in the welfare of ordinary people, gradually built a network of loyalty and affection that proved far more durable than any system based purely on fear or formal obligation. The administrative reforms that Prakasatdharma introduced during the early years of his reign reflected the same combination of respect for tradition with practical innovation. Rather than dismantling existing systems of local governance, he chose to work within established frameworks while gradually introducing new elements that would improve efficiency and promote greater coordination between different regions. He divided his kingdom into administrative units called Vyaya, which can be translated as districts but which carried connotations of territory, dominion, and region that reflected the complex relationship between local autonomy and royal authority that characterized his system of government. Initially, there were two major Vyaya established under Prakasatdharma's administration, known as Kham and Midit, each of which encompassed several river valleys and coastal plains that formed natural economic and cultural units. Within each Vyaya, he established a network of kogras, which can be understood as sources of stable income dedicated to maintaining the worship of the gods and supporting the religious institutions that served as focal points for community life. These kogras included not only rice fields and other agricultural lands but also storehouses, craft workshops, and trading establishments that generated the resources necessary to support the elaborate religious ceremonies and temple construction projects that would become hallmarks of Prakasatdharma's reign. The genius of this administrative system lay in its ability to strengthen royal authority while respecting local traditions and providing real benefits to the communities that participated in it. Local chiefs retained their traditional roles as leaders of their own peoples, but they also became part of a larger administrative network that gave them access to resources and support that they could never have achieved independently. The religious focus of the kogra system ensured that royal authority was associated with spiritual benefits rather than mere political control. While the economic benefits of participation in the broader kingdom encouraged voluntary cooperation rather than reluctant submission, the temple building program that Prakasatdharma initiated at my son and other sacred sites throughout his kingdom represents perhaps the most visible and enduring achievement of his reign. But it was far more than merely an exercise in royal self-aggrandizement or religious display. The construction of these elaborate brick temples, decorated with magnificent stone carvings and furnished with bronze sculptures of extraordinary artistic merit, served multiple purposes that contributed to the overall prosperity and stability of the kingdom. On the spiritual level, these temples provided proper dwelling places for the Hindu gods who were believed to protect the kingdom and ensure its prosperity, while the elaborate ceremonies performed within them created opportunities for people from different communities to come together in shared religious observance. On the economic level, temple construction projects provided employment for thousands of skilled craftsmen, laborers, and administrative personnel, while the ongoing maintenance and operation of the temples created permanent sources of income for entire communities. The temples also served as centers for education and scholarship, housing libraries of Sanskrit texts and supporting schools where young men could learn to read and write, to perform mathematical calculations, and to understand the complex ritual requirements of Hindu worship. This educational function helped create a class of educated administrators and religious specialists who could support the increasingly sophisticated governmental and religious institutions that characterized Prasadharma's kingdom. The artistic achievements represented by the temples and sculptures created during Prasadharma's reign reflect not only the material prosperity of the kingdom but also the remarkable cultural synthesis that he fostered between Indian and indigenous traditions. The temple architecture followed classical Indian models in its basic proportions and symbolic arrangements. But Cham craftsmen adapted these foreign prototypes to local conditions and aesthetic preferences, creating buildings that were recognizably Indian in their religious function while remaining distinctively Cham in their visual impact and emotional appeal. The stone sculptures that decorated these temples display the same successful fusion of traditions, depicting Hindu gods and goddesses according to Indian iconographic requirements while endowing them with the graceful proportions and serene expressions that reflected Cham artistic sensibilities. One of the most remarkable examples of this cultural synthesis can be seen in a temple that Prasadharma dedicated to Valmiki, the legendary author of the Ramayana, which featured elaborate sculptural decorations depicting scenes from the wedding of Sita. The epic's heroine. This choice of subject matter demonstrates not only the king's deep familiarity with Sanskrit literature but also his understanding of how foreign cultural traditions could be adapted to serve local purposes and preferences. The wedding of Sita represented themes of harmony, prosperity, and divine blessing that resonated deeply with Cham audiences. While the artistic treatment of these themes created visual experiences that were both spiritually meaningful and aesthetically satisfying, the diplomatic initiatives that Prasadharma pursued throughout his reign demonstrate the same combination of practical wisdom and cultural sophistication that characterized his domestic policies. Rather than attempting to maintain Cham independence through isolation or aggressive resistance to foreign influence, he chose to engage actively with the major powers of his time, establishing relationships that brought both material benefits and enhanced prestige to his kingdom while preserving its essential autonomy and cultural identity. His diplomatic correspondence with the Tang court of China, documented in Chinese historical records that preserve the details of 4 major embassy missions sent in 653,654, 669, and 670. Reveals a ruler who understood perfectly how to navigate the complex protocols of international diplomacy while advancing his own kingdom's interests. These diplomatic missions to China were far more than mere ceremonial exercises or tribute payments extracted by a powerful neighbor. They represented carefully calculated investments in relationships that brought substantial returns in the form of trade opportunities, technological knowledge, and political recognition that enhanced Cham prestige throughout Southeast Asia. The Chinese court's recognition of Champa as the chief tributary state of the south, ranking equal with the Korean kingdoms of Goguryeo and Baekje in importance, represented a remarkable diplomatic achievement that elevated the kingdom's status far beyond what its size or military power alone could have accomplished. The tribute gifts that Prakosidharma sent to China, which included elephants' rhinoceros horns, precious woods, tortoiseshell amber, and manufactured articles of gold and silver, demonstrated not only the natural wealth of his kingdom but also the sophisticated craftsmanship of his people and their extensive trading connections throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean. In return, Chinese goods flowing back to Champa included not only luxury items like silk and fine ceramics but also books, scientific instruments, and technical knowledge that enriched Cham civilization in countless ways. The commercial prosperity that flourished during Prakosidharma's reign was built upon the kingdom's strategic location along the major maritime trade routes that connected China with India and the broader Indian Ocean world. Cham merchants and sailors, taking advantage of their intimate knowledge of local waters and their excellent relationships with both Chinese and Indian trading partners, gradually established themselves as essential intermediaries in the lucrative trade in spices, silk, precious woods, and other luxury goods that flowed between the major civilizations of Asia. The profits from this trade provided the economic foundation for the cultural achievements of the period while supporting the administrative and military institutions that maintained the kingdom's independence and internal stability. The development of Cham naval power during this period was not primarily oriented toward aggressive expansion or piratical raiding, as it would become in later centuries, but rather toward protecting and facilitating the peaceful commercial activities that were the foundation of the kingdom's prosperity. Cham fleets patrolled the coastal waters to protect merchant vessels from pirates and provided escort services for trading expeditions venturing into unfamiliar waters. The technical skills of Cham shipbuilders and navigators became renowned throughout Southeast Asia, and their vessels were sought after by merchants and rulers from many different kingdoms who recognized their superior design and construction. The agricultural prosperity that supported this commercial and cultural flowering was based upon sophisticated systems of rice cultivation that took advantage of the fertile river deltas and coastal plains of central Vietnam. Under Prakosidharma's administration, these agricultural systems were expanded and improved through the construction of new irrigation channels, the introduction of improved seed varieties, and the development of more efficient methods for processing and storing rice harvests. The surplus production that resulted from these improvements provided not only the food supplies necessary to support large urban populations, but also the export commodities that could be traded for foreign luxury goods and technical knowledge. The social harmony that characterized Prakosidharma's reign was maintained through policies that balanced respect for traditional social arrangements with opportunities for advancement based on merit and achievement, while the kingdom retained certain elements of Hindu caste distinctions. These were interpreted in ways that preserved social mobility and prevented the rigid stratification that characterized some other Hindu societies. Talented individuals from humble backgrounds could advance through the administrative hierarchy, while successful merchants could achieve social recognition through their contributions to temple construction and religious activities. The educational institutions that flourished during this period played a crucial role in maintaining both social cohesion and cultural continuity. Temple schools provided basic literacy and numeracy training to children from various social backgrounds, while more advanced institutions offered instruction in Sanskrit literature, Hindu philosophy, astronomy, mathematics, and other scholarly disciplines. This educational system created a shared intellectual culture that helped unite people from different regions and social groups while preserving the knowledge and skills necessary for effective governance and religious practice. The legal system that developed under Prakasitharma's administration represented another successful synthesis of local and foreign traditions. Combining elements of traditional Cham customary law with principles derived from Hindu legal texts, this hybrid system provided consistent and predictable procedures for resolving disputes while remaining sensitive to local cultural values and social arrangements. The emphasis on mediation and compensation rather than punishment reflected both Hindu concepts of dharma and indigenous preferences for maintaining community harmony. The religious tolerance that characterized the kingdom during this period allowed for the peaceful coexistence of different spiritual traditions while promoting the gradual synthesis that would eventually create a distinctively Cham form of Hindu practice. Traditional ancestor worship and spirit beliefs continued to flourish alongside the newer Hindu temples and ceremonies, often within the same communities and sometimes within the same families. This religious pluralism contributed to social stability while encouraging the creative cultural exchanges that enriched Cham civilization. The position of women in Cham society during Prakasitharma's reign appears to have been more favorable than in many contemporary Hindu societies, reflecting the persistence of indigenous traditions that accorded greater respect and autonomy to women than was typical in classical Indian culture. Women could own property, participate in commercial activities, and play important roles in religious ceremonies. While royal women often wielded significant political influence as advisors and regents, this relative gender equality contributed to social stability and provided a broader base of talent and energy for the kingdom's various enterprises. The artistic and literary achievements of the period extended far beyond the temple sculptures and architectural monuments that remain most visible today. Cham poets and scholars created works in both Sanskrit and the local language that combined classical Indian literary forms with indigenous themes and sensibilities. Musicians developed new instruments and musical styles that blended Indian ragas with local folk traditions, while dancers created performance styles that interpreted Hindu mythological themes through distinctively Cham movement vocabularies. The technological innovations that emerged during this period of prosperity included improvements in metallurgy, textiles, ceramics, and other crafts that enhanced both the quality of life for ordinary people and the competitive position of Cham products in international markets. The mysterious mortar used in temple construction, whose composition remains unknown to modern engineers, represents just one example of the technical sophistication that Cham craftsmen achieved during this golden age of creativity and innovation. The medical and healing traditions that developed during Prakasatharma's reign combined indigenous herbal knowledge with Indian Ayurvedic practices to create comprehensive systems of healthcare that served both physical and spiritual needs. Temple complexes often included facilities for medical treatment, while priest-physicians provided services that integrated ritual healing with practical medical intervention. This holistic approach to health and wellness contributed to the general prosperity and stability of the kingdom. The agricultural innovations of the period included not only improvements in rice cultivation, but also the development of new crops and farming techniques that increased both the variety and reliability of food supplies. The introduction of new fruit trees, spice plants, and other specialty crops created opportunities for export trade while enhancing the diet and nutrition of the local population. The sophisticated systems of water management that supported these agricultural improvements represented significant engineering achievements that required careful coordination between different communities and administrative levels. As the long and prosperous reign of Prakasatharma drew toward its peaceful conclusion in the year 686, the kingdom he left to his successors was fundamentally transformed from the collection of scattered principalities he had inherited 33 years earlier. The administrative systems he had established provided effective governance while respecting local autonomy. The diplomatic relationships he had cultivated ensured Champa's recognition as a major regional power, and the cultural achievements fostered under his patronage had created a distinctive civilization that combined the best elements of different traditions while remaining authentically Cham in its essential character. The temples he had built would continue to serve as focal points for religious and community life for centuries to come, while the educational institutions he had supported would preserve and transmit the knowledge and values that defined Cham civilization through periods of both prosperity and adversity. The commercial networks he had helped establish would provide economic opportunities for future generations, while the diplomatic precedents he had set would guide Cham foreign policy through the complex challenges that lay ahead. Perhaps most importantly, Prakasatharma had demonstrated that it was possible for a relatively small kingdom to achieve remarkable prosperity and cultural distinction through wise leadership, skillful diplomacy, and thoughtful adaptation to changing circumstances. His reign provided a model of enlightened governance that emphasized cooperation over conflict, cultural synthesis over cultural purity, and sustainable prosperity over short-term gain. In the gentle rhythm of his peaceful achievements, in the enduring beauty of the monuments he created, and in the lasting prosperity of the institutions he established, we find the same timeless wisdom that can guide us toward rest and renewal in our own lives, carrying us softly toward sleep on the gentle waves of this ancient story of wisdom, prosperity, and peace along the gentle curves of the central Vietnamese coastline, where the South China Sea meets the land in a series of natural harbors and river mouths that seem designed by the gods themselves for the peaceful purposes of maritime commerce. There developed during the height of Cham civilization one of the most sophisticated and prosperous trading networks in all of Southeast Asia, a web of commercial relationships that stretched from the great ports of China in the north to the spice islands of Indonesia in the south, from the textile centers of India in the west to the exotic markets of the Philippines in the east, carrying not only goods and wealth but also ideas and innovations. cultural practices and spiritual beliefs that would enrich the lives of countless people throughout the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean world. The geographic advantages that made Champa such an important center of maritime trade were not merely accidental gifts of nature, but rather the result of a unique combination of natural features that created ideal conditions for both harboring ships and facilitating the complex logistics of international commerce. The coastline itself, with its numerous bays and inlets protected from the open ocean by chains of islands and coral reefs, provided safe anchorage even during the turbulent months of the monsoon season, when other ports throughout Southeast Asia were forced to suspend their operations and wait for calmer weather. The rivers that flowed from the Annamite Mountains to the sea created natural highways for transporting goods between coastal ports and inland communities, while their annual floods deposited rich sediments that maintained the agricultural productivity necessary to support large urban populations and provide food supplies for visiting merchants and sailors. Perhaps most importantly for the development of Cham maritime commerce. The kingdom's location placed it directly along the Great Sea Route that connected the two most prosperous and sophisticated civilizations of the ancient world, China and India, allowing Cham merchants to serve as intermediaries in the lucrative trade between these distant empires, while also developing their own networks of commercial relationships throughout the smaller kingdoms and trading centers of Southeast Asia. The monsoon winds that govern navigation in these waters followed predictable seasonal patterns that allowed merchants to plan their voyages with confidence, sailing southward and westward during the winter months when the northeast monsoon provided favorable winds, then returning northward and eastward during the summer when the southwest monsoon reversed the direction of the prevailing breezes. The seasonal rhythm of this monsoon-driven commerce created a natural calendar that structured not only commercial activities but also social and cultural life throughout the Cham kingdoms, as communities prepared for the arrival of foreign merchants with the same anticipation and careful planning that farmers devoted to preparing for the planting or harvest seasons. During the months when favorable winds brought ships from China laden with silk, ceramics, tea, and manufactured goods, the ports of Champa would come alive with the bustling activity of international commerce, as local merchants displayed their own products for sale while foreign traders examined the exotic goods available only in Southeast Asian markets. The variety and quality of products that flowed through Cham ports during the height of the kingdom's commercial prosperity reflected both the natural abundance of the region and the sophisticated craftsmanship of its inhabitants. From the forests that covered the inland mountains came precious hardwoods like sandalwood and rosewood, aromatic woods that were prized throughout Asia for their use in religious ceremonies and luxury construction projects, along with resins and gums that were essential ingredients in traditional medicines and high-quality incense. The coastal waters and rivers provided not only fish and other seafood for local consumption, but also exotic marine products like tortoiseshell, pearls, and sea cucumber that commanded high prices in foreign markets. Local craftsmen produced manufactured goods that were renowned throughout the region for their beauty and technical excellence, including textiles woven from locally grown cotton and silk that were decorated with intricate patterns unique to Cham artistic traditions. Metalwork in gold, silver, and bronze that displayed the sophisticated techniques developed in temple workshops, and ceramics that combined practical functionality with aesthetic appeal in ways that attracted both utility-minded merchants and collectors of fine art. The agricultural abundance of the Cham territories provided not only rice and other staple foods but also specialty crops like black pepper, cinnamon, and other spices that were among the most valuable commodities in international trade. The organization of this extensive commercial network required the development of sophisticated business practices and institutional arrangements that could manage the complex logistics of international trade while providing the security and reliability that merchants demanded for their valuable cargoes. Cham rulers established a system of royal monopolies over certain high-value products, particularly spices and precious woods, that provided substantial revenues for the royal treasury while ensuring quality control and reliable supply for foreign customers. These monopolies were administered through networks of licensed dealers who were responsible for collecting products from local producers and delivering them to designated ports where they could be sold to authorized foreign merchants. The ports themselves were carefully organized to facilitate efficient handling of cargo and provide necessary services for visiting ships and their crews. Harbor facilities included not only wharves and warehouses for loading and storing goods, but also shipyards where vessels could be repaired or refitted, markets where sailors could purchase food and supplies, and hostels where foreign merchants could stay during their business visits. Port officials appointed by the king and trained in the complex procedures of international commerce supervised the collection of customs duties, verified the quality and quantity of traded goods, and mediated disputes between merchants from different countries who might not share common languages or business customs. The merchant communities that developed in major Cham ports represented remarkably diverse populations that included not only local Cham traders but also permanent residents from China, India, and other parts of Southeast Asia who had chosen to settle in Champa because of the commercial opportunities available there. These cosmopolitan communities created unique cultural environments where different traditions and practices blended together in ways that enriched the lives of all participants while facilitating the complex negotiations and relationships that international trade required. Chinese merchants brought their expertise in silk production and ceramic manufacturing. Indian traders contributed their knowledge of precious stones and fine textiles, while merchants from other Southeast Asian kingdoms offered access to specialty products from their own regions. The diplomatic dimensions of Cham maritime commerce were as important as the purely economic aspects, requiring careful management of relationships with various foreign powers who might otherwise view the kingdom's commercial success as a threat to their own interests. Cham rulers developed sophisticated diplomatic protocols that allowed them to maintain friendly relationships with multiple powers simultaneously, even when those powers were in conflict with each other, by positioning Champa as a neutral intermediary whose services were valuable to all parties. The regular dispatch of tribute missions to the Chinese court, for example, was not merely an acknowledgement of Chinese superiority, but also a calculated investment in commercial relationships that provided access to lucrative Chinese markets while ensuring protection from Chinese military intervention. Similarly, the maintenance of cultural and religious ties with Indian kingdoms served important commercial purposes by facilitating trade relationships and providing access to Indian luxury goods, technical knowledge, and artistic influences that enhanced the value of Cham products in international markets. The Hindu temples that Cham rulers constructed with such elaborate care were not only expressions of genuine religious devotion but also demonstrations of the kingdom's cultural sophistication and international connections that impressed foreign merchants and rulers who might otherwise have dismissed Champa as a minor regional power. The technical aspects of Cham maritime commerce required the development of advanced skills in shipbuilding, navigation, and cargo handling that placed Cham sailors and merchants among the most accomplished in all of Southeast Asia. Cham shipbuilders developed distinctive vessel designs that combined seaworthiness with cargo capacity in ways that were perfectly adapted to the conditions of regional trade, creating ships that could handle both the long-distance voyages to China and India and the shorter coastal routes that connected different Southeast Asian ports. These vessels featured sophisticated steering systems, flexible hull construction that could flex with ocean swells without breaking apart, and cargo holds designed to protect valuable goods from saltwater damage during extended voyages. Navigation techniques developed by Cham sailors drew upon both indigenous knowledge of local waters and foreign expertise acquired through contact with Chinese and Arab navigators, creating comprehensive systems for determining position and course that allowed accurate navigation even during periods of bad weather when celestial observations were impossible. Cham pilots developed detailed knowledge of wind patterns, current flows, and seasonal weather variations that enabled them to choose optimal routes and timing for different types of voyages, while their understanding of local geography allowed them to take advantage of shortcuts and sheltered passages that were unknown to foreign navigators. The financing of maritime commerce required the development of sophisticated credit and investment mechanisms that could manage the substantial risks and long time horizons associated with international trade. Wealthy Cham merchants and royal officials invested in trading ventures that might not show returns for many months or even years, while various forms of insurance and risk-sharing arrangements protected investors against the total loss of their capital if ships were lost to storms or pirates. These financial innovations allowed Cham merchants to undertake more ambitious trading ventures while distributing risks among multiple investors in ways that protected individual participants from catastrophic losses. The seasonal rhythms of monsoon commerce created distinct patterns of activity that structured social and economic life throughout the Cham kingdoms. As communities prepared for the busy months of intensive trading activity and the quieter periods when ships were unable to travel safely across open waters. During the height of the trading season, port cities would swell with temporary populations of foreign merchants, sailors, and support personnel who required food, lodging, and various services, creating opportunities for local entrepreneurs while placing demands on infrastructure and resources that required careful planning and management. The off-season months provided opportunities for maintenance and preparation, as shipbuilders repaired and modified vessels. Craftsmen produced goods for the next trading season, and merchants arranged financing and partnerships for future ventures. The cultural exchanges that accompanied commercial activities proved to be as valuable as the economic benefits of trade, as merchants and sailors carried not only goods but also ideas, techniques, artistic styles, and religious practices between different societies and civilizations. The cosmopolitan atmosphere of Chamports exposed local people to a remarkable variety of foreign influences that enriched their understanding of the world, while providing access to new technologies and ways of thinking that enhanced their own capabilities and opportunities. Foreign merchants learned about Cham products and techniques that they could introduce to their home markets, while Cham traders gained knowledge of foreign preferences and requirements that allowed them to adapt their products and services to meet international demand. The religious dimensions of maritime commerce were particularly important in a world where most merchants and sailors believed that divine favor was essential for successful voyages and profitable ventures. Cham ports featured temples and shrines dedicated to various protective deities, including not only Hindu gods like Vishnu and Ganesha, who were believed to provide protection for travelers and merchants, but also local spirits and foreign deities whose worship was thought to ensure safe passage and commercial success. These religious facilities served important social functions by providing gathering places where merchants from different cultures could meet and conduct business in neutral settings that transcended the particular religious and cultural boundaries that might otherwise create suspicion or hostility. The impact of maritime commerce on Cham's social structure was profound and generally beneficial, creating opportunities for social mobility and economic advancement that were not available in more traditional agricultural societies. Successful merchants could accumulate wealth that allowed them to achieve high social status regardless of their family backgrounds, while the demand for skilled sailors, craftsmen, and support personnel created employment opportunities for people from various social levels. The prosperity generated by trade provided resources for education, religious activities, and cultural projects that enhanced the quality of life for entire communities while supporting the development of more sophisticated institutions and technologies. The integration of women into various aspects of maritime commerce reflected the relatively egalitarian character of Cham's society and provided important economic opportunities that enhanced both family prosperity and female autonomy. Women participated in retail trade, textile production, food preparation, and various service industries that supported commercial activities, while some managed substantial business enterprises and accumulated considerable wealth through their entrepreneurial activities. The market towns that developed around major ports often featured large numbers of female vendors and shopkeepers who played essential roles in the complex networks of exchange that supported international commerce. The environmental consequences of intensive maritime commerce were generally positive during the classical period of Cham civilization, as the wealth generated by trade provided resources for maintaining and improving the natural systems that supported both commercial activities and general prosperity. Harbor maintenance required careful attention to siltation and pollution problems that could interfere with shipping, while the demand for forest products encouraged sustainable harvesting practices that maintained long-term productivity. The agricultural systems that supported port cities were often enhanced through the introduction of new crops and farming techniques acquired through commercial contacts. while the prosperity generated by trade provided resources for irrigation projects and other infrastructure improvements. The decline of Cham maritime commerce during the later medieval period resulted from a combination of political, economic and technological changes that gradually reduced the kingdom's competitive advantages and undermined the institutional arrangements that had supported its commercial success. The expansion of Vietnamese power from the north and Khmer influence from the west created political instability that interfered with the security and reliability that international commerce required. While the rise of new trading centers in other parts of Southeast Asia provided alternative routes and services that reduced demand for Cham intermediary services. The development of larger ships and more sophisticated navigation techniques by Chinese and European merchants reduced their dependence on local pilots and port services. While changes in global trade patterns shifted commercial activity toward different routes and products, however, the legacy of Cham maritime commerce continued to influence the development of Southeast Asian trade networks for centuries after the kingdom's political decline. As the commercial practices, institutional arrangements, and cultural exchanges pioneered in Cham ports provided models that were adopted and adapted by other trading centers throughout the region. The cosmopolitan traditions established in Cham cities contributed to the development of the multicultural commercial communities that characterized many Southeast Asian ports during the early modern period. While the diplomatic and business practices developed by Cham merchants influenced the evolution of international trade customs throughout the Indian Ocean world. The archaeological evidence of Cham maritime commerce that survives today provides fascinating glimpses into the sophistication and scope of these ancient trading networks. From Chinese ceramics and Indian textiles found in Cham archaeological sites to Cham-produced goods discovered in excavations throughout Southeast Asia and beyond. Shipwreck discoveries have revealed the types of vessels used in this trade and the varieties of cargo they carried, while inscriptions and historical records from various countries document the diplomatic and commercial relationships that supported these far-flung networks of exchange. The technological innovations developed to support Cham maritime commerce had lasting impacts that extended far beyond the immediate commercial applications for which they were originally created. Advances in shipbuilding techniques influenced the development of vessels throughout Southeast Asia, while navigation methods and port management practices were adopted by trading centers in other regions. The financial instruments and business practices developed by Cham merchants provided models for commercial organization that contributed to the evolution of more sophisticated trading systems throughout the Indian Ocean world. The artistic and cultural achievements supported by the prosperity of maritime commerce represent some of the finest expressions of classical Cham civilization. From the magnificent temple complexes that were built with profits from international trade to the sophisticated literary works that reflected the cosmopolitan outlook of a society deeply engaged with the broader world. The decorative arts that developed to supply both local and export markets combined indigenous Cham traditions with influences from various foreign cultures in ways that created distinctive new forms of artistic expression that were both authentically local and internationally appealing. The intellectual exchanges facilitated by maritime commerce contributed to the development of Cham's scholarly traditions that combined local wisdom with knowledge acquired from various foreign sources, creating synthetic approaches to subjects like astronomy, mathematics, medicine, and philosophy that reflected the multicultural character of Cham commercial society. The libraries maintained by temples and royal courts contained texts from many different traditions and languages, while scholars trained in multiple cultural traditions created new works that contributed to the intellectual life of the broader Southeast Asian world. The legacy of Cham maritime commerce reminds us that international trade at its best has always been about more than mere economic exchange, serving also as a vehicle for cultural communication, intellectual development, and peaceful cooperation between different peoples and civilizations. The Cham achievement in creating trading networks that were both profitable and culturally enriching provides a model of commercial development that honored both economic efficiency and human values, demonstrating that prosperity and cultural sophistication could develop together through patient attention to the needs and interests of all participants in commercial relationships. As we allow these gentle stories of ancient commerce to carry us toward sleep, we can appreciate how the peaceful rhythms of maritime trade created prosperity and cultural richness that enhanced the lives of countless people throughout the vast expanse of the Indian Ocean world. In the steady rhythm of waves against distant shores, in the soft whisper of monsoon winds filling the sails of merchant vessels, and in the quiet satisfaction of successful voyages completed and profitable ventures concluded, we find the same peaceful harmony that can guide us toward rest and renewal in our own lives, carrying us softly into sleep on the gentle currents of these ancient stories of wisdom, prosperity, and peaceful cooperation across the waters that connect all peoples and all lands in the eternal dance of commerce and cultural exchange. In the gentle flow of centuries that followed the golden age of King Prakesadharma, when the prosperity and cultural achievements of the Cham kingdoms had reached heights that seemed to promise eternal peace and continued growth, there began to emerge across the broader landscape of Southeast Asia the first subtle signs of change that would eventually test the resilience and wisdom of the Cham people in ways that their ancestors could never have anticipated. These changes came not as sudden catastrophes that shattered the tranquil world of temple ceremonies and maritime commerce in a single devastating blow, but rather as a series of gradual pressures and periodic challenges that unfolded slowly over many generations, like storm clouds gathering on distant horizons before eventually bringing rain to lands that had known only sunshine for many peaceful seasons. The nature of these emerging conflicts reflected the complex political geography of medieval Southeast Asia, where kingdoms and principalities existed not as clearly defined nation-states with fixed borders and uniform populations, but rather as overlapping spheres of influence that expanded and contracted according to the changing fortunes of their rulers, the shifting patterns of trade and alliance, and the slow demographic movements that gradually altered the ethnic and cultural composition of entire regions. In this fluid political environment, conflict was often less a matter of dramatic military confrontation between opposing armies than a process of gradual adjustment and accommodation, as different peoples and cultures learned to share the same territories and resources while maintaining their distinct identities and interests. The first major challenge to Cham independence and prosperity came from the north, where the great Tang Empire of China had established its authority over much of what is now northern Vietnam and was beginning to cast its influence southward toward the fertile coastal plains that had become the heartland of Cham civilization. The Chinese approach to dealing with their southern neighbors was characteristically patient and methodical, relying more upon diplomatic pressure and economic incentives than upon direct military conquest, seeking to establish relationships of tributary dependence that would provide the benefits of imperial control without the costs and complications of direct administration over distant and culturally alien territories. The Chinese understanding of proper relationships between the imperial court and peripheral kingdoms was based upon Confucian concepts of hierarchical order that envisioned the emperor as the son of heaven whose authority extended in principle over all peoples and all lands, but which recognized the practical necessity of allowing local rulers to maintain their traditional positions provided they acknowledged Chinese supremacy through regular tribute payments and appropriate ceremonial deference. This system had proven effective in managing relationships with various kingdoms and tribal confederations along China's vast frontiers, creating networks of alliance and dependency that provided security and prosperity for all participants while avoiding the enormous costs of direct imperial administration. For the Cham rulers, the Chinese tributary system represented both an opportunity and a challenge that required careful navigation between the benefits of imperial recognition and the dangers of excessive dependence upon a distant and potentially demanding overlord. The regular dispatch of tribute missions to the Tang court, documented in Chinese historical records that preserve the details of dozens of such embassies over several centuries, provided Cham merchants with access to lucrative Chinese markets while offering Cham rulers the prestige and legitimacy that came with imperial recognition of their authority. At the same time, participation in the tributary system required careful attention to Chinese expectations and sensitivities, as any perceived slight or inadequate demonstration of respect could result in diplomatic retaliation or even military intervention. The delicate balance that Cham rulers sought to maintain in their relationships with China was periodically tested by incidents that arose from misunderstandings, competing interests, or the ambitions of particular Chinese officials who sought to extend imperial control more directly over the prosperous kingdoms of the south. In the year 605, during the reign of the Cham king Sam Huverman, such tensions escalated into open conflict when the Chinese general Lu Fang launched a military expedition against the Cham capital of Simhapura, ostensibly to punish what Chinese sources described as inadequate tribute payments and disrespectful behavior by Cham envoys, but more likely motivated by desires to gain direct control over the wealth and strategic advantages of Cham territory. The Chinese invasion of 605 represented the kind of sudden military crisis that could have completely destroyed the independence and prosperity that the Cham kingdoms had built up over many generations of patient work and careful diplomacy. General Lu Fang commanded a substantial army equipped with the most advanced military technology available to the Tang Empire. including sophisticated siege engines, iron weapons, and organizational methods that had proven effective against many other opponents throughout China's long history of expansion and consolidation. When this formidable force descended upon the Cham territories, it initially achieved rapid success, overwhelming local defenses and capturing the royal capital after what Chinese sources describe as fierce but brief resistance. Yet even in this moment of apparent complete defeat, the essential resilience of Cham civilization began to manifest itself in ways that would eventually prove more powerful than any military force. King Sam Huverman, rather than attempting to fight a hopeless conventional war against vastly superior Chinese forces, chose instead to withdraw into the mountainous interior regions where his knowledge of local terrain and his people's familiarity with guerrilla tactics could be used to maximum advantage. The Chinese army, despite its initial success in capturing major cities and controlling the main transportation routes, found itself increasingly isolated and vulnerable as Cham resistance fighters gradually wore down their supply lines and made the occupation increasingly costly and dangerous. The death of General Lu Fang from disease during the Chinese withdrawal from Cham territory marked not only the end of this particular military crisis but also the beginning of a new understanding on both sides about the limits of what could be achieved through purely military means. The Chinese court, while maintaining its claims to ultimate authority over the Cham kingdoms, recognized that the costs of direct occupation far exceeded any benefits that such control might provide. While Cham rulers understood that their independence depended not only upon their own military capabilities, but also upon their ability to maintain relationships with China that satisfied imperial expectations without compromising their essential autonomy. The restoration of normal diplomatic relations between Champa and China following the withdrawal of Lu Fang's army demonstrated the remarkable capacity of both sides to learn from conflict and to develop more sustainable approaches to managing their relationship. King Sam Huverman, rather than allowing the trauma of invasion to create permanent hostility toward China, chose instead to resume the regular dispatch of tribute missions that acknowledged Chinese supremacy while preserving Cham independence. This diplomatic wisdom proved its value over the following decades, as stable relationships with China provided the foundation for the commercial prosperity and cultural achievements of the Golden Age under Prakasiddharma and his successors. The second major source of external pressure upon Cham independence came from an entirely different direction. As maritime raiders from the Indonesian archipelago began to challenge Cham control over the lucrative trade routes that connected China with India and the Spice Islands of Southeast Asia. These challenges represented a fundamentally different type of conflict from the territorial disputes that occasionally arose with China, focusing not upon questions of political sovereignty or tribute obligations but rather upon the practical matter of who would control the commercial networks that were the foundation of prosperity throughout the region. The Maritime Confederation, known to the Cham as the Javanese, which probably included elements from various islands throughout what is now Indonesia and Malaysia, had developed naval capabilities that rivaled those of the Cham kingdoms while pursuing commercial and political objectives that brought them into direct competition with Cham merchants and rulers. The Indonesian islands produced many of the spices and exotic goods that were most highly valued in Chinese and Indian markets. But their geographic isolation meant that island-based merchants needed to establish control over mainland ports and shipping routes in order to market their products effectively and profitably. The first major confrontation between Cham and Javanese forces occurred in 774, when Indonesian naval expeditions launched coordinated attacks against several important Cham religious and commercial centers, including the famous temple complex of Penugar near modern Nha Trang. These attacks were carefully planned and executed with a level of organization and strategic coordination that demonstrated the sophisticated military capabilities of the Indonesian raiders, who were able to strike simultaneously at multiple targets while avoiding decisive confrontation with the main Cham naval forces that might have been able to defend against more conventional forms of assault. The attack on Penugar was particularly traumatic for the Cham people because it represented not merely a military or commercial challenge, but a direct assault upon the sacred foundations of their civilization. The temple complex dedicated to the indigenous earth goddess Yen Penugar had served for centuries as one of the most important religious centers in the kingdom, attracting pilgrims from throughout the Cham territories and symbolizing the successful synthesis of local spiritual traditions with imported Hindu practices that characterized the distinctive character of Cham culture. The destruction of sacred images and the burning of temple buildings by foreign raiders struck at the very heart of Cham identity in ways that purely political or economic conflicts could never have done. Yet, even in the face of this profound spiritual and cultural trauma, the Cham response demonstrated the same combination of practical wisdom and long-term perspective that had characterized their handling of earlier challenges. King Satyavarman, who ruled from 770 to 787, chose not to respond to the Indonesian attacks with immediate retaliation that might have escalated the conflict into a prolonged and destructive war, but rather to focus first upon defensive measures that would protect Cham territories from future raids while preparing for more effective offensive action when favorable opportunities arose. The naval pursuit of the Indonesian raiders that Satyavarman eventually launched succeeded in defeating the invading fleet and recovering many of the stolen sacred objects. But more importantly, it demonstrated to both sides that the costs of continued conflict would far exceed any benefits that either could hope to gain through military means. The subsequent restoration of the Penugar Temple, completed in 781 with elaborate ceremonies that celebrated both the defeat of the invaders and the resilience of Cham's spiritual traditions, marked the beginning of a new period of stability that would allow both Cham and Indonesian peoples to pursue their commercial and cultural objectives through cooperation rather than conflict. The gradual development of more peaceful relationships between Champa and the Indonesian kingdoms following the conflicts of the late 8th century illustrates the fundamental preference for accommodation over confrontation that characterized Southeast Asian political culture during this period, rather than allowing temporary military conflicts to create permanent hostilities that would interfere with the commercial relationships that were essential to prosperity throughout the region. Rulers on both sides proved willing to set aside immediate grievances in favor of long-term arrangements that served the interests of all participants. The most complex and challenging of the external pressures that tested Cham independence came from the expanding Khmer Empire centered at Angkor, whose growing power and territorial ambitions brought it into increasingly direct competition with Champa for control over the resources and populations of mainland Southeast Asia. Unlike the relatively distant Chinese Empire or the maritime Indonesian confederations, the Khmer Kingdom shared extensive land borders with Cham territories and possessed both the military capabilities and the cultural sophistication necessary to pose a sustained challenge to Cham autonomy and prosperity. The relationship between Champa and the Khmer Empire was complicated by the many cultural and religious similarities that connected the two civilizations, both of which had developed distinctive forms of Hindu kingship and temple-centered social organization while maintaining their own ethnic identities and political traditions. This cultural proximity created opportunities for cooperation and mutual enrichment, but it also intensified competition between the two kingdoms as each sought to claim preeminence in interpreting and implementing the Indian cultural traditions that both had adopted. The gradual escalation of tensions between Champa and the Khmer Empire during the 11th and 12th centuries reflected broader changes in the political and economic environment of Southeast Asia that were placing new pressures upon all the region's kingdoms. The expansion of Chinese commercial influence, the growth of maritime trade networks that connected Southeast Asia with markets throughout the Indian Ocean world, and the increasing sophistication of military technology and administrative methods all created new opportunities and new challenges that required adaptive responses from traditional rulers. The Khmer approach to managing these challenges emphasized territorial expansion and direct administrative control over subject populations, creating an imperial system that sought to integrate diverse peoples and cultures under centralized royal authority backed by elaborate religious and ceremonial institutions. This approach had achieved remarkable success in unifying much of what is now Cambodia, Thailand, and southern Vietnam under Khmer rule, but it inevitably brought the expanding empire into conflict with independent kingdoms like Champa that were pursuing their own strategies for adaptation and survival. The series of military campaigns that various Khmer rulers launched against Cham territories during the 12th and 13th centuries represented attempts to extend the Angkorian system of imperial control over peoples and regions that had their own established traditions of independence and self-governance. These campaigns achieved varying degrees of temporary success, sometimes resulting in the occupation of major Cham cities and the installation of pro-Khmer rulers. But they also generated resistance that ultimately proved too costly and difficult to overcome permanently. The most dramatic episode in this long struggle occurred when the Cham king Jaya Indravarman IV launched a surprise naval assault on Angkor itself in 1177. Temporarily occupying the Khmer capital and demonstrating that even the most powerful empire could be vulnerable to well-planned attacks by determined opponents. This remarkable military achievement, which required extraordinary coordination and courage from Cham naval forces operating far from their home bases, represented not merely a tactical victory but a powerful symbol of Cham determination to maintain their independence despite overwhelming odds. The Khmer response to the Cham occupation of Angkor, led by the energetic King Jayavarman VII, eventually succeeded in driving out the invaders and establishing a period of Khmer dominance over Cham territories that lasted from 1190 to 1220. During these 3 decades, Champa effectively became a province of the Angkorian Empire, with Khmer administrators governing Cham cities and Khmer cultural practices being imposed upon local communities that had their own ancient traditions and preferences. Yet even during this period of foreign occupation, the essential character of Cham civilization proved remarkably resilient, as local communities maintained their distinctive languages, religious practices, and social customs despite official pressure to adopt Khmer ways. The gradual weakening of Khmer imperial power during the early 13th century created opportunities for Cham independence movements that eventually succeeded in restoring local rule under King Jaya Parameswaravarman II, who was crowned in 1226 and established his palace in the ancient capital of Vijaya. The experience of Khmer occupation and subsequent liberation taught valuable lessons about the importance of maintaining cultural identity even under adverse political circumstances, while also demonstrating the limits of what any empire could achieve through military conquest alone. The restoration of Cham independence in 1220 marked the beginning of a new period of prosperity and cultural achievement that drew upon both traditional Cham values and innovations learned during the years of foreign rule. The most severe and ultimately decisive challenge to Cham independence came from the north, where the expanding Vietnamese kingdom of Dai Viet was pursuing its own campaign of territorial expansion and cultural consolidation that would eventually bring it into direct confrontation with Cham territories and interests. The Vietnamese approach to expansion differed significantly from earlier Chinese or Khmer methods, emphasizing not merely political control or tribute extraction, but rather the systematic transformation of conquered territories through colonization, cultural assimilation, and administrative integration that left little room for the preservation of local autonomy or cultural distinctiveness. The gradual escalation of tensions between Champa and Dai Viet during the 14th and 15th centuries reflected fundamental differences in political philosophy and cultural values that made peaceful coexistence increasingly difficult to maintain. The Vietnamese emphasis upon Confucian concepts of centralized bureaucratic government and cultural uniformity conflicted directly with Cham preferences for decentralized authority and cultural diversity. While Vietnamese agricultural techniques and settlement patterns required extensive modification of the coastal and riverine environments that had sustained Cham civilization for many centuries. The remarkable military campaigns of Che Bang Na, who ruled Champa from 1360 to 1390 and launched 6 major invasions of Vietnamese territory, represented perhaps the most successful attempt by any Cham ruler to resist Vietnamese expansion through offensive military action. These campaigns succeeded in capturing the Vietnamese capital on multiple occasions and came close to completely destroying Vietnamese power in the region, demonstrating that even relatively small kingdoms could achieve remarkable military success when they were led by skillful commanders who understood how to take advantage of local conditions and enemy weaknesses. The death of Che Bang Na in a naval battle in 1390, when Vietnamese forces employed firearms for the first time in their conflict with Champa, marked a crucial turning point that prefigured the eventual triumph of technological and organizational advantages that would give Vietnamese forces decisive superiority over traditional Cham military methods. The period following Chaebong Na's death saw a gradual decline in Cham military capabilities and political cohesion that left the kingdom increasingly vulnerable to the pressures and ambitions of its expanding neighbor. The final great crisis of independent Cham civilization came in 1471, when the Vietnamese Emperor Le Thanh Tong launched a carefully planned invasion that succeeded in capturing the Cham capital of Vijaya and effectively ending more than a millennium of Cham independence. This campaign represented the culmination of decades of Vietnamese preparation and reflected the systematic application of military and administrative methods that had been developed through long experience with imperial expansion and territorial consolidation. Yet even this apparent final defeat did not represent the complete disappearance of Cham civilization, as surviving communities in the southern territories maintained their cultural traditions and political aspirations through centuries of foreign rule. Periodic rebellions and gradual adaptation to changing circumstances. The resilience of Cham culture through all these challenges demonstrates the remarkable strength of identity and community that had been built up over many centuries of independent development and creative adaptation to external influences. The pattern of conflict and accommodation that characterized Cham relationships with neighboring powers throughout the medieval period reflects broader themes in Southeast Asian history that emphasize flexibility, cultural synthesis, and the gradual evolution of political arrangements rather than the dramatic confrontations and decisive victories that often characterize the histories of other regions. The Cham experience demonstrates how relatively small communities can maintain their essential identity and values even under adverse circumstances, provided they possess the wisdom to adapt their methods while preserving their fundamental purposes and commitments. The legacy of these ancient conflicts continues to influence contemporary understanding of cultural survival and political adaptation in Southeast Asia, offering examples of how communities can respond creatively to external pressures while maintaining their distinctive characteristics and values. The gentle rhythms of resistance and accommodation that characterize Cham responses to foreign challenges provide lessons that remain relevant for communities throughout the world that face similar pressures in their own times and circumstances. As we allow these stories of ancient struggles and peaceful resolutions to carry us towards sleep, we can appreciate how even the most difficult challenges can be met with wisdom and patience. How conflicts that seem insurmountable can eventually find peaceful resolution through the persistent application of diplomatic skill and cultural understanding. In the quiet courage of rulers who chose negotiation over warfare, in the patient endurance of communities that maintained their values through generations of adversity, and in the gentle persistence of traditions that survived through centuries of change and challenge, we find the same peaceful strength that can guide us through our own difficulties and toward the restful sleep that restores both body and spirit for whatever challenges tomorrow may bring. In the gentle twilight hours of the 13th century, as the golden age of Champa began to fade like evening shadows stretching across ancient temple courtyards, there commenced a long and gradual process of change that would unfold slowly over the course of several centuries, not as a sudden catastrophe that shattered the kingdom in a single devastating blow, but rather as a quiet transformation that crept forward like the tide, advancing and retreating in rhythmic cycles that gradually reshaped the political and cultural landscape of central Vietnam in ways so subtle that contemporaries could hardly perceive the magnitude of what was occurring around them. This was the beginning of Champa's twilight period, a time when the accumulated pressures of demographic change, shifting trade patterns, internal political fragmentation, and external military challenges would combine to create circumstances that even the wisest rulers and most dedicated administrators would find increasingly difficult to manage effectively. The nature of this decline was particularly poignant because it occurred not through any fundamental weakness in Cham civilization itself, but rather through the convergence of external forces and internal challenges that had been building slowly over many generations. Like cracks in a temple wall that remain invisible until the accumulated stress of countless small earthquakes finally causes the entire structure to shift and settle in new configurations. The Cham people retained their cultural sophistication, their maritime skills, their religious devotion, and their capacity for creative adaptation that had served them so well throughout their long history. But they found themselves operating in a changing world where the advantages that had once made their kingdom prosperous and secure were gradually being eroded by circumstances beyond their direct control. One of the most significant factors contributing to this gradual transformation was the changing demographic balance throughout the region. As the population of the Vietnamese territories to the north began to expand rapidly during the 13th and 14th centuries, creating pressures for territorial expansion that would inevitably bring the growing Vietnamese state into conflict with its southern neighbors. This demographic expansion was driven partly by improvements in agricultural techniques that allowed Vietnamese farmers to support larger populations on the same amount of land, partly by the political stability that the Tran dynasty had established throughout much of northern and central Vietnam, and partly by the natural population growth that occurs when societies enjoy extended periods of peace and prosperity. The Vietnamese expansion southward was not primarily motivated by aggressive imperial ambitions or cultural hostility toward the Cham people, but rather by the practical necessity of finding new lands to support a growing population that could no longer be adequately accommodated within the traditional boundaries of the Vietnamese heartland. This expansion followed predictable patterns that had been established over many centuries of gradual territorial growth, involving the systematic settlement of new areas by Vietnamese farmers, the establishment of administrative centers to govern these new territories, and the gradual integration of local populations into the broader Vietnamese political and cultural system. For the Cham kingdoms, this demographic pressure from the north represented a fundamentally different type of challenge from the military campaigns and diplomatic pressures that they had successfully managed in earlier periods. Previous conflicts with Chinese armies or Khmer imperial forces had involved relatively temporary occupations that ended when the invading forces withdrew to their home territories, allowing Cham communities to resume their normal activities and traditional forms of governance. The Vietnamese expansion, however, involved permanent settlement and systematic cultural transformation that left little room for the preservation of traditional Cham autonomy or cultural practices. The gradual nature of this transformation made it particularly difficult for Cham rulers to develop effective responses, as each individual incident or territorial loss seemed relatively minor and manageable when considered in isolation. Even though the cumulative effect of many such changes was to fundamentally alter the balance of power throughout the region. Vietnamese farmers would settle in areas that had previously been sparsely populated or served as buffer zones between the two kingdoms. Vietnamese merchants would establish trading posts in towns that had traditionally been controlled by Cham authorities. And Vietnamese officials would gradually assume administrative responsibilities in districts where local Cham leaders had lost the capacity to maintain effective governance. The internal political challenges facing Champa during this period were equally complex and difficult to address. As the kingdom struggled with increasing fragmentation and decentralization that made coordinated responses to external pressures increasingly difficult to organize and implement, the traditional Cham system of governance, which had successfully balanced royal authority with local autonomy during earlier periods of prosperity and stability, proved less effective in dealing with the sustained challenges that required unified action and consistent policies over extended periods of time. Part of this internal fragmentation resulted from the natural tendency of successful local leaders to assert greater independence when central authority appeared weak or distracted by external threats. But it also reflected deeper structural problems within Cham political institutions that had not been adequately addressed during the prosperous years of the Golden Age. The system of semi-autonomous principalities that had worked well when external pressures were manageable and commercial prosperity provided adequate resources for all participants became a source of weakness when resources became scarce and external. Challenges required coordinated responses that individual principalities could not manage independently. The changing patterns of international trade during the 13th and 14th centuries also contributed significantly to Champa's gradual decline. As new technologies, new trading routes, and new political arrangements reduced the kingdom's traditional advantages as an intermediary in the lucrative commerce between China and the Indian Ocean world. The development of larger ships capable of making longer voyages without stopping for supplies or repairs reduced the importance of the intermediate ports that had been crucial to Cham prosperity, while improvements in navigation techniques allowed foreign merchants to bypass Cham territories entirely when sailing between China and India. The rise of new trading centers throughout Southeast Asia, particularly those controlled by Javanese and Malay rulers who possessed their own sophisticated naval capabilities and extensive commercial networks, created additional competition for the services and products that had traditionally been Champa's specialty. These new competitors often enjoyed advantages of location, resources, or political organization that allowed them to offer better terms to foreign merchants, gradually eroding Cham market share and reducing the kingdom's commercial revenues at precisely the time when greater resources were needed to address mounting political and military challenges. The cultural and religious changes that accompanied these political and economic transformations were equally significant, though often less visible to contemporary observers who focused primarily upon immediate practical concerns rather than longer-term shifts in values and institutions. The The gradual decline of the great temple complexes that had served as focal points for Cham religious and cultural life reflected not only reduced economic resources but also changing patterns of royal patronage and community participation that undermined the institutional foundations upon which classical Cham civilization had been built. The Hindu religious traditions that had been so successfully integrated with indigenous Cham beliefs during the earlier periods of prosperity began to lose some of their vitality and relevance as communities faced new challenges that seemed to require different forms of spiritual understanding and practical guidance. The elaborate temple ceremonies and scholarly activities that had flourished during the Golden Age required substantial resources and stable social conditions that were increasingly difficult to maintain as external pressures mounted and internal cohesion weakened. At the same time, new religious influences began to penetrate Cham territories from various directions, including Islamic traditions carried by Muslim merchants and missionaries from India and Indonesia, Buddhist practices promoted by neighboring kingdoms that had adopted different forms of religious organization, and even Christian ideas introduced by the first European traders and missionaries who began appearing in Southeast Asian waters during the late medieval period. While these new religious influences often brought valuable innovations and fresh perspectives, they also created additional sources of division and uncertainty within communities that were already struggling to maintain their traditional identity and coherence. The administrative challenges facing Cham rulers during this period of gradual decline were compounded by the increasing complexity of the problems they were expected to solve and the decreasing effectiveness of the traditional methods and institutions upon which they had previously relied. The simple administrative systems that had worked adequately when governing small populations engaged primarily in agriculture and local trade proved inadequate for managing the complex challenges of international diplomacy. Military defense and economic competition that characterized the changing world of the late medieval period. The training and education of royal officials and local administrators had traditionally emphasized traditional learning and customary practices that provided excellent preparation for dealing with familiar problems but offered limited guidance for addressing novel challenges that required innovative solutions and flexible responses. The growing importance of technical knowledge in fields such as military engineering, international law, and commercial finance created demands for expertise that the traditional educational institutions had not been designed to provide. The financial resources available to support effective governance were also under increasing pressure, as the declining revenues from international trade combined with the mounting costs of military defense and diplomatic activities to create chronic budget shortfalls that limited the government's capacity to address emerging problems. The traditional sources of royal income, including tribute payments from subject territories, profits from royal monopolies over certain trade goods, and taxes collected from commercial activities, all suffered as economic conditions deteriorated and political control weakened. The gradual loss of territorial control that accelerated during the 14th and 15th centuries represented perhaps the most visible and psychologically devastating aspect of Champa's decline, as communities that had been part of the kingdom for centuries found themselves incorporated into Vietnamese administrative districts or forced to accept Vietnamese governors and tax collectors. This territorial fragmentation was not merely a political loss, but also a cultural catastrophe that disrupted the networks of relationship and identity that had bound Cham communities together for many generations. Each territorial loss represented not only a reduction in the kingdom's material resources and strategic position, but also the severing of cultural and religious connections that had been crucial to maintaining Cham identity and solidarity. Ancient temples found themselves cut off from the royal capitals that had traditionally supported their activities. Trading communities lost access to the commercial networks that had provided their prosperity. And local leaders found their traditional authority undermined by new administrative arrangements that gave preference to Vietnamese settlers and Vietnamese cultural practices. The psychological impact of these losses was particularly severe because they occurred gradually over many decades, creating a sense of inevitable decline and helplessness that sapped the energy and optimism that had previously sustained Cham resistance to external pressures. Unlike the dramatic military defeats that could be attributed to temporary weaknesses or tactical errors, the slow erosion of territorial control seemed to reflect fundamental changes in the balance of power that could not be reversed through traditional methods of diplomacy or warfare. The environmental challenges that affected the region during this period added another layer of difficulty to the complex problems facing Cham rulers and communities. Climate changes that altered the patterns of monsoon rainfall and affected agricultural productivity created additional stress for populations that were already struggling with political instability and economic uncertainty. The silting of harbors and river channels that had previously supported flourishing commercial activities reduced the effectiveness of the maritime infrastructure upon which Cham prosperity had traditionally depended. The gradual degradation of the irrigation systems and agricultural terraces that supported rice production in many areas reflected not only the reduced resources available for maintenance and improvement, but also the disruption of the social cooperation and community organization that such systems required for effective operation. As political authority fragmented and communities became increasingly focused upon immediate survival rather than long-term development, the careful coordination of labor and resources that had previously maintained sophisticated agricultural systems became increasingly difficult to organize and sustain. The cultural adaptations that Cham communities developed in response to these mounting challenges demonstrated the remarkable resilience and creativity that had characterized their civilization throughout its long history, even as they also reflected the painful necessity of abandoning or modifying traditions that had previously been central to Cham identity and social organization. Local communities learned to maintain their essential cultural practices while adapting to new political arrangements that required different forms of social organization and different strategies for economic survival. The preservation of traditional arts and crafts through family and guild networks allowed many aspects of Cham culture to survive even when the royal patronage and institutional support that had previously sustained them were no longer available. Traditional music, dance, textile production, and religious ceremonies continued to play important roles in community life. though often in modified forms that reflected changed circumstances and reduced resources. The development of new forms of literature and oral tradition during this period reflected efforts to preserve historical memory and cultural knowledge while adapting to changing social conditions that required different forms of expression and communication. Epic poems and historical chronicles that celebrated the achievements of earlier periods served important functions in maintaining community morale and cultural identity, while new stories and songs addressed the specific challenges and concerns of communities facing unprecedented difficulties. The role of women in maintaining cultural continuity during this period of decline was particularly important, as traditional Cham society had always accorded women significant responsibilities in preserving family traditions, managing household economies, and transmitting cultural knowledge to younger generations. As formal political and religious institutions lost some of their effectiveness, the informal networks of kinship and community organization in which women played central roles became increasingly important for maintaining social cohesion and cultural identity. The religious adaptations that occurred during this period reflected both the challenges facing traditional Hindu institutions and the opportunities presented by new spiritual influences that offered different approaches to understanding and coping with adversity. While the great temple complexes that had been the focal points of classical Cham religious life suffered from reduced resources and political instability, local communities developed new forms of religious practice that combined traditional elements with innovations borrowed from various sources. The gradual introduction of Islamic influences during the 14th and 15th centuries represented one of the most significant of these religious transformations, as Muslim merchants and teachers from India and Indonesia brought new spiritual perspectives that appealed to many Cham people who found in Islamic teachings valuable guidance for dealing with the challenges of their changing world. The adoption of Islamic practices often occurred alongside, rather than in place of, traditional religious observances, creating new forms of religious synthesis that enriched rather than replaced existing spiritual traditions. The scholarly activities that continued despite the political and economic difficulties of this period demonstrated the persistence of intellectual curiosity and learning that had always been characteristic of Cham civilization. Local schools and libraries, though often reduced in scale and resources compared to their predecessors during the Golden Age, continued to preserve and transmit knowledge in fields ranging from traditional literature and religious studies to practical subjects such as medicine, astronomy, and commercial law. The artistic achievements of this period, while different in scale and subject matter from the monumental sculptures and architectural projects of earlier centuries, reflected continuing creativity and aesthetic sensitivity that found expression through whatever means and materials were available. Smaller scale works in wood, metal, and textile often displayed remarkable sophistication and beauty, while innovations in technique and style reflected the adaptive capacity that had always characterized Cham artistic traditions. The diplomatic strategies that Cham rulers employed during this period of decline reflected both the constraints imposed by weakened political and military positions and the continuing relevance of traditional approaches to international relations. that emphasized negotiation, accommodation, and the cultivation of beneficial relationships rather than confrontation and resistance. The maintenance of tributary relationships with powerful neighbors, the careful management of commercial partnerships, and the skillful exploitation of conflicts between different external powers all remained important elements of Cham foreign policy. The military adaptations that evolved during this period reflected the necessity of developing new approaches to defense and security that could be effective despite limited resources and reduced territorial control. The emphasis shifted from large-scale conventional warfare toward guerrilla tactics, naval operations, and the strategic use of defensive positions that could maximize the effectiveness of smaller forces operating on familiar terrain. These military innovations, while developed out of necessity, often proved surprisingly effective and provided models that would be adopted by other Southeast Asian societies facing similar challenges. The economic adjustments that Cham communities made during this period of decline involved both the development of new sources of income and the more efficient utilization of existing resources that could help compensate for the loss of traditional commercial advantages. Local crafts and agricultural products that had previously been produced primarily for domestic consumption were adapted for export markets, while new forms of service industry developed to serve the needs of the changing political and economic environment. The social changes that accompanied these various adaptations included modifications in traditional family structures, community organizations, and patterns of social mobility that reflected the new realities of life under changed circumstances. While these social adaptations often involved painful departures from familiar customs and arrangements, they also demonstrated the flexibility and resilience that had always characterized Cham society and culture. The preservation of historical memory during this period of decline was particularly important for maintaining community morale and cultural identity, as the recollection of past achievements and the anticipation of future restoration provided psychological resources that helped sustain communities through difficult times. Oral traditions, written chronicles, and ceremonial observances all played important roles in maintaining connections to the glorious past while nurturing hopes for eventual recovery and renewal. The gradual nature of Champa's decline meant that the process unfolded over many generations, with each generation facing somewhat different challenges and developing somewhat different adaptive strategies, but all sharing the common experience of living through a time of transition when familiar institutions and practices were gradually giving way to new arrangements that had yet to achieve stability and legitimacy. This generational continuity provided important elements of stability and cultural transmission even during periods of rapid change and uncertainty. The regional variations in how different Cham communities experienced and responded to these challenges reflected the diversity of local conditions and the persistence of traditional patterns of local autonomy that had always characterized Cham. Political and social organization. Communities in different geographic areas, with different economic bases and different external pressures, developed different strategies for adaptation and survival, creating a rich variety of responses that demonstrated the creativity and resourcefulness of the Cham people. The international context within which Champa's decline occurred included broader changes throughout Southeast Asia and the Indian Ocean world that affected all the region's societies and created both new challenges and new opportunities for communities that could adapt effectively to changing circumstances. The rise of new trading centers, the development of new technologies, and the emergence of new political arrangements all created pressures and possibilities that required innovative responses from traditional societies throughout the region. As we allow these gentle stories of gradual change and patient adaptation to carry us towards sleep, we can appreciate how even the most challenging periods of decline and transformation can be navigated with wisdom and grace when communities maintain their essential values while remaining flexible enough to adapt their methods to changing circumstances. The twilight of classical Champa, rather than representing simply an ending, can be understood as a time of transformation that prepared the way for new forms of cultural expression and social organization that would allow the Cham people to survive and eventually flourish under different conditions. In the quiet courage of communities that maintained their identity through generations of change, in the patient creativity of individuals who found new ways to preserve old traditions, and in the gentle persistence of cultural values that proved stronger than political institutions, we find the same peaceful strength that can guide us through our own times of transition and uncertainty, carrying us softly toward the restful sleep that prepares us for whatever challenges and opportunities tomorrow may bring. In the soft, melancholy light of the 15th century, when the shadows of change had grown long across the ancient temples and coastal harbors of Champa, there began to unfold the final chapter of independent Cham civilization. A story that would play out not with the sudden violence of a thunderclap, but rather with the gentle inevitability of twilight descending over a landscape that had known many centuries of both brightness and shadow. The kingdom that had once commanded respect from the great courts of China and India, that had built magnificent temples reaching toward heaven like prayers carved in stone, that had sent its merchant ships across the vast expanse of the South China Sea carrying goods and ideas between distant civilizations, now found itself facing challenges that even the wisest of its rulers and the most devoted of its people would struggle to overcome. The reign of King Chaebongna, which had ended in 1390 with his death in that fateful naval battle where Vietnamese forces first deployed the terrible new weapons that breathed fire and thunder, had represented perhaps the last great flowering of Cham military prowess and political ambition. For 30 years, this remarkable ruler had demonstrated that even a kingdom reduced in territory and resources could still strike back at its enemies with devastating effect, launching 6 major invasions of Vietnamese territory that had sacked the enemy capital multiple times and brought the expanding Dai Viet state to the very brink of collapse. Yet his death marked not just the end of a remarkable individual reign, but the beginning of a long decline that would see the gradual erosion of everything that had made Champa great. The decades that followed Chaebongna's death saw a series of rulers who possessed neither his military genius nor his ability to unite the scattered principalities of Champa under a single banner of resistance against foreign encroachment. King Jayasimhavarman VI, who ascended the throne in 1390, proved to be a competent administrator during his 10-year reign. But he inherited a kingdom that had been exhausted by the long years of warfare and needed time to recover its strength and resources. The constant fighting had depleted the royal treasury, disrupted the agricultural systems that fed the population, and created a generation of young men who knew more about warfare than about the peaceful arts of commerce and diplomacy that had once made Champa prosperous. His successor Indravarman VI, who would rule for a remarkable 41 years from 1400 to 1441, represented perhaps the last opportunity for Champa to restore its former greatness through peaceful means. Taking advantage of the decline of the great Khmer Empire centered at Angkor, which was itself facing pressures from Thai expansion and internal political fragmentation. Indravarman managed to extend Cham territory southward into the fertile lands of the Mekong Delta, temporarily restoring some of the kingdom's former prosperity and strategic position. For a brief moment, it seemed as though the patient work of rebuilding and expansion might succeed in creating a new foundation for Cham independence and cultural achievement. Yet even during these years of apparent recovery, careful observers could detect the signs of deeper problems that would prove impossible to solve through territorial expansion or administrative reform alone. The great temple complexes that had once served as focal points for Cham religious and cultural life were no longer receiving the elaborate royal patronage that had sustained them during the golden age of the 8th and 9th centuries. The last surviving stone inscriptions from this period, which cease entirely after 1456, speak of reduced resources, simplified ceremonies, and a gradual contraction of the scholarly and artistic activities that had once made Cham civilization renowned throughout Southeast Asia. The cultural decline that accompanied this political and economic weakening was perhaps even more significant than the loss of territory or the reduction in royal revenues, because it represented the gradual erosion of the intellectual and spiritual foundations upon which Cham identity had been built over many centuries. The Sanskrit learning that had once connected Cham scholars to the great intellectual traditions of India was becoming increasingly rare. As fewer young men were trained in the complex arts of reading and writing the classical texts that contained the accumulated wisdom of Hindu philosophy, literature, and religious practice, the oral traditions that preserved the memory of ancient heroes and the customs of ancestral communities were also under pressure, as the disruptions of constant warfare and political instability made it difficult for elders to pass on their knowledge to younger generations in the patient, systematic way that such transmission required. The final crisis began to take shape during the 1460s, when tensions between Champa and the increasingly powerful Vietnamese state of Dai Viet escalated beyond the point where diplomatic solutions remained possible. The immediate cause of the conflict was a series of raids that Cham forces launched against Vietnamese coastal settlements. Attacks that were probably motivated more by economic desperation than by any grand strategic plan for reconquering lost territories. The Cham economy, weakened by decades of warfare and reduced territorial control, was struggling to generate sufficient resources to support the royal court and maintain the military forces necessary for defense against external threats. These raids, however, limited their actual impact, provided the Vietnamese Emperor Le Ton Tong with the justification he needed to launch the massive military campaign that would finally settle the centuries-old conflict between the two kingdoms in Vietnam's favor. Le Ton Tong was one of the most capable rulers in Vietnamese history, a man who combined military genius with administrative skill, and who had spent years preparing his kingdom for the final conquest of Champa through careful reforms of the army. the government, and the economic systems that supported both warfare and territorial administration. The Vietnamese preparations for the 1471 campaign demonstrated a level of systematic planning and resource mobilization that Champa simply could not match. The army that Lu Tontong assembled numbered between 100,000 and 150,000 men. Supported by a naval force that included over 1,000 warships capable of coordinating complex amphibious operations along the entire length of the Cham coastline. More significantly, this enormous military force was equipped with advanced weapons including cannons and firearms that gave Vietnamese forces decisive advantages over the traditional military technologies upon which Cham defense still depended. The campaign began in early 1471 with the characteristic patience and methodical approach that marked all of Le Tontong's military operations. Rather than launching a single massive assault against the Cham capital, the Vietnamese emperor chose to advance systematically through Cham territory, capturing and consolidating control over each defensive position before moving on to the next objective. This approach minimized Vietnamese casualties while maximizing the psychological pressure on Cham defenders, who found themselves increasingly isolated and outnumbered as their defensive lines collapsed one after another. The first major engagement occurred on February 24, 1471, when 500 Vietnamese warships carrying 30,000 troops encountered a Cham force of 5,000 men supported by war elephants in the Bay of Sa Kai, about 20 miles south of what is now Quang Ngai. The battle demonstrated immediately the technological superiority that would characterize the entire campaign, as Vietnamese gunpowder weapons proved devastatingly effective against the Cham war elephants that had once been the terror of opposing armies. The panic-stricken elephants, driven mad by the noise and smoke of cannon fire, turned against their own forces and contributed to a Vietnamese victory that opened the coastal route toward the Cham heartland. As the Vietnamese forces advanced southward, they employed a sophisticated strategy of multiple coordinated attacks that prevented Cham commanders from concentrating their limited forces for effective defense of any single position. While the main Vietnamese fleet moved along the coast, capturing ports and cutting off potential escape routes for Cham defenders. Additional Vietnamese columns advanced through the mountain passes to attack Cham positions from unexpected directions. This multi-pronged assault created a sense of hopeless encirclement that demoralized Cham resistance even before the decisive battles were fought. The siege of the fortress at Mekin in Quang Ngai, which fell on February 26 after heavy artillery bombardment that killed 300 Cham defenders, provided a grim preview of what awaited other Cham strongholds that attempted to resist the Vietnamese advance. The systematic use of cannons to breach defensive walls, a technology that the Cham had no effective means to counter, made traditional fortifications virtually useless against the advancing Vietnamese army. The psychological impact of these artillery bombardments was perhaps even more significant than their tactical effectiveness, as the thunder of cannon fire and the sight of ancient walls crumbling under the impact of iron cannonballs created a sense of supernatural terror among defenders who had never before witnessed such devastating military technology. By March 18th, after less than a month of campaigning, Vietnamese forces had captured the coastal citadel of T Nai and were converging on Vijaya. the ancient capital that had served as the heart of Cham civilization for more than 6 centuries. King Traton, the last independent ruler of Champa, found himself trapped within the walls of his capital city with the remnants of his army. Surrounded by Vietnamese forces that outnumbered his defenders by a ratio of perhaps 10 to 1 and possessed military technologies that made successful resistance seem impossible. In these desperate circumstances, King Traton attempted to negotiate a peaceful resolution to the crisis, sending envoys to the Vietnamese emperor with offers of surrender and tribute that might have preserved some vestige of Cham independence under Vietnamese suzerainty. These diplomatic overtures reflected the traditional Cham preference for accommodation and compromise over violent confrontation, the same wisdom that had allowed earlier generations of Cham rulers to maintain their independence through patient negotiation with more powerful neighbors. However, Lu Tong had not assembled his massive army and invested enormous resources in this campaign merely to extract tribute or formal acknowledgement of Vietnamese supremacy. His objective was nothing less than the complete elimination of Champa as an independent political entity and the permanent incorporation of Cham territories into the expanding Vietnamese state. The Siege of Vijaya, which began on March 19, 1471, represented the final act in more than 15 centuries of Cham independence. The Vietnamese forces surrounded the ancient capital with multiple lines of trenches and fortifications that prevented any possibility of relief or escape, while subjecting the defenders to constant bombardment from cannons that gradually reduced the city's defensive walls to rubble. According to Vietnamese sources, this siege cost the enormous sum of 1,000 gold leong per day, a figure that demonstrates both the scale of the military effort and the determination of the Vietnamese emperor to achieve complete victory regardless of cost. For 4 days and nights, the defenders of Vijaya fought with the desperate courage of men who knew they were fighting not just for their own lives, but for the survival of their civilization. The ancient walls that had protected the city through many previous sieges finally succumbed to the relentless pounding of Vietnamese artillery, creating breaches through which attacking infantry could pour into the city streets. The final assault on March 22, 1471, marked the end of more than a millennium of independent Cham rule, as Vietnamese soldiers swept through the burning city, killing or capturing the last defenders of the kingdom that had once commanded respect throughout Southeast Asia. The human cost of this final catastrophe was staggering in its magnitude and brutality. According to contemporary accounts, between 40,000 and 60,000 Cham people were killed during the siege and its aftermath, while approximately 30,000 others, including King Traton and members of the royal family, were captured and deported to Vietnam as prisoners. The fate of these captives was particularly cruel, as they were subjected to deliberate mutilation through the cutting off of their left ears before being condemned to lifelong slavery. The severed ears were deposited in a temple honoring the Vietnamese emperor's ancestors, serving as gruesome trophies of Vietnamese victory and Cham humiliation. King Traton himself, the last independent ruler of Champa, died during the journey northward to the Vietnamese capital, whether from illness, despair, or the hardships of captivity. Even in death, he was not granted the dignity that should have been accorded to a fallen king, as the Vietnamese emperor ordered his corpse to be decapitated and his severed head displayed beneath the bow of the imperial ship as a symbol of complete Vietnamese triumph over their ancient enemy. This act of posthumous cruelty reflected not just the personal vindictiveness of a victorious ruler, but also a systematic attempt to destroy the symbolic foundations of Cham royal authority and eliminate any possibility that the memory of independent kingship might inspire future resistance. The territorial consequences of the 1471 conquest were almost as devastating as the human casualties. In April of the year, Emperor Latan Tong formally annexed a vast stretch of Cham territory extending more than 500 miles along the coast to the Cape of Han Lan, reducing the ancient kingdom by more than half and incorporating the conquered lands into a new Vietnamese province called Quang Nam. The remaining Cham territories were initially divided into 3 duchies, with local Cham leaders permitted to maintain nominal authority provided they acknowledged Vietnamese suzerainty and accepted the permanent presence of Vietnamese administrators and military garrisons. One of these Cham leaders, a general named Bo Tri Tri, managed to establish a small successor kingdom centered around the remaining major cities in what is now southern Vietnam, receiving recognition from both the Vietnamese court and the Chinese emperor as a legitimate king of the much-reduced Champa. This remnant kingdom, which included the principalities of Panduranga and Kauthara, represented all that remained of the once mighty realm that had controlled hundreds of miles of coastline and commanded extensive maritime trade networks throughout Southeast Asia. The survival of even this much-reduced Cham state was largely due to its strategic insignificance and the Vietnamese recognition that the costs of complete conquest and occupation would exceed any benefits that total control might provide. The remaining Cham territories were relatively poor in agricultural resources, lacking the fertile river deltas that had made the northern portions of the kingdom so valuable to Vietnamese settlers. Moreover, the remnant Cham population, while defeated and demoralized, retained sufficient military capabilities to make occupation expensive and dangerous for Vietnamese forces that might be better employed in other territorial expansion projects. The century and a half that followed the 1471 catastrophe saw the gradual contraction of even these reduced Cham territories, as Vietnamese demographic expansion and political pressure continued to erode the foundations of Cham independence. The Principality of Kauthara centered around the ancient religious sites near modern Nha Trang, was formally annexed by Vietnam in 1653, leaving only Panduranga as the last vestige of independent Cham rule. Even this final remnant was subject to increasing Vietnamese interference, as the royal succession came under Vietnamese control and Cham kings were reduced to the status of vassals whose authority depended entirely upon Vietnamese approval. The transformation of Cham society during this twilight period was as profound as the political changes that reduced the kingdom to a shadow of its former greatness. The elaborate court ceremonies and religious festivals that had once attracted visitors from throughout Southeast Asia were simplified and reduced in scale, reflecting both the reduced resources available to support such activities and the loss of the international connections that had made Champa a significant cultural center. The great temple complexes that had been the pride of Cham civilization gradually fell into disrepair as royal patronage disappeared and local communities lacked the resources to maintain the sophisticated architectural monuments created by their ancestors. Yet, even in these reduced circumstances, The Cham people demonstrated the remarkable cultural resilience that had sustained them through many previous periods of adversity. Local communities preserved their traditional languages, religious practices, and social customs despite increasing pressure to assimilate into Vietnamese culture, while maintaining oral traditions that kept alive the memory of their former greatness and the hope of eventual restoration. The gradual adoption of Islamic religious practices by some Cham communities during this period represented not abandonment of traditional culture but rather another example of the creative adaptation that had always characterized Cham. Responses to external influences. The scholarly traditions that had once made Cham courts centers of learning and cultural exchange were also preserved in modified forms, as local teachers continued to instruct students in traditional subjects while adapting their methods to changed circumstances. The production of literature, art, and religious texts continued on a smaller scale, often incorporating new influences and themes while maintaining essential connections to the classical traditions that define Cham cultural identity. This cultural persistence in the face of political defeat demonstrates the strength of the foundations that had been laid during the centuries of independent development. The economic adaptations that Cham communities developed during this period of political subordination involved both the preservation of traditional occupations and the development of new activities that could function within the constraints imposed by Vietnamese rule. Fishing, small-scale agriculture, and local craft production continued to provide livelihoods for most Cham families, while some individuals found opportunities in trade and service occupations that took advantage of their knowledge of multiple languages and cultures. The maintenance of these economic activities, however modest in scale, provided the material foundation that allowed Cham communities to preserve their social organization and cultural practices. The final act in the long drama of Cham independence unfolded during the early decades of the 19th century, when the Vietnamese Emperor Minh Mang initiated a systematic campaign to eliminate the last vestiges of autonomous rule within his expanding empire. This campaign was motivated not by any immediate threat posed by the tiny remaining Cham principality, but rather by ideological commitments to administrative uniformity and cultural homogenization that were incompatible with the continued existence of semi-independent ethnic communities within Vietnamese territory. The specific trigger for the final conquest came in 1832, when Emperor Minh Mang accused the Cham leadership of supporting a rebellious Vietnamese faction led by Le Van Duyet. Charges that were probably fabricated but which provided convenient justification for actions that the emperor had already decided to take for broader policy reasons. In August of the year, Minh Mang ordered the arrest of Pa Phoc Than, the last king of Champa, along with his vice-king Padar Kaok, effectively ending the ceremonial independence that the Panduranga Principality had maintained for more than 3.5 centuries since the 1471 catastrophe. The incorporation of the last Cham territories into the Vietnamese provinces of Ninh Thuan and Binh Thuan marked the formal end of more than 15 centuries of Cham political independence, completing a process of territorial absorption that had begun with the first Vietnamese settlements in former Cham territories during the 15th century. The administrative integration of these final territories into the Vietnamese state system eliminated the last institutional framework within which Cham cultural and political traditions could be officially maintained and transmitted to future generations. Yet even this final political extinction did not represent the complete disappearance of Cham civilization, as local communities continued to preserve their languages, religious practices, and cultural traditions through informal networks of family and community organization that proved more resilient than the formal political institutions that had been destroyed by Vietnamese conquest. The preservation of these cultural elements through more than a century and a half of foreign rule demonstrates the remarkable strength of the social and spiritual foundations that had been developed during the long centuries of independent existence. The transformation of the Cham people from the rulers of an independent kingdom to an ethnic minority within the Vietnamese state involved profound adjustments in identity and social organization that required both the abandonment of certain traditional practices and the creative adaptation of others to new circumstances. Some Cham communities chose to emigrate to Cambodia, where they could maintain their traditional way of life with less interference from foreign authorities, while others remained in their ancestral territories and developed new strategies for cultural preservation that could function within the constraints of Vietnamese administrative control. The religious dimensions of this cultural adaptation were particularly complex, as different Cham communities developed different approaches to maintaining their spiritual traditions under changed political circumstances. Some communities preserved traditional Hindu practices through careful accommodation with Vietnamese religious policies, while others adopted Islamic beliefs and practices that provided alternative frameworks for cultural identity and community organization. Still others developed syncretic religious traditions that combined elements from multiple sources while maintaining essential connections to ancestral spiritual practices. The artistic and literary traditions that had flourished during the period of independent rule also underwent significant transformation during this twilight period, as changed circumstances required new forms of expression and new approaches to preserving cultural memory. Traditional court poetry and religious literature were adapted for use in community ceremonies and private devotions, while new forms of popular culture emerged that addressed the specific experiences and concerns of communities living under foreign rule. These cultural innovations, while different in style and content from the classical traditions of the Golden Age, maintained essential continuities that preserved the distinctive character of Cham artistic expression. The economic foundations of Cham society during this final period were necessarily modest, as the communities that preserved Cham cultural traditions lacked access to the resources and opportunities that had supported the elaborate civilizational achievements of earlier centuries. However, the development of sustainable economic activities that could function within the constraints of foreign rule provided the material basis for cultural preservation and community maintenance that proved essential for long-term survival. Traditional occupations such as fishing, farming, and handicraft production continued to provide livelihoods, while maintaining connections to ancestral practices and knowledge systems. The social organization of Cham communities during this period reflected both the persistence of traditional patterns and the creative adaptations required by changed circumstances. Extended family networks continued to play central roles in preserving cultural knowledge and providing mutual support, while community leaders developed new strategies for maintaining group cohesion and cultural identity under foreign administrative control. These social adaptations demonstrated the flexibility and resilience that had always characterized Cham approaches to external challenges. The memories of independent rule that were preserved through oral tradition and community ceremony during this period served important functions in maintaining cultural identity and community morale despite the loss of political autonomy. Stories of ancient kings and queens, accounts of military victories and cultural achievements, and descriptions of religious ceremonies and court customs all contributed to a sense of collective identity that transcended immediate political circumstances and provided psychological resources for coping with foreign domination. The gradual recognition of the Cham people as a distinct ethnic minority within the modern Vietnamese state represents a partial acknowledgement of their unique cultural heritage and their right to maintain certain traditional practices within the framework of contemporary political arrangements. This recognition, while limited in scope and subject to various restrictions, provides some legal protection for cultural activities and community organization that would have been impossible during the earlier periods of more systematic assimilationist pressure. The archaeological and scholarly work that has gradually revealed the magnificent achievements of classical Cham civilization has contributed to a broader appreciation of the cultural contributions that the Cham people made to the development of Southeast Asian civilization during their centuries of independent rule. The temple complexes of My Son and other sites, the sculptures and inscriptions that preserve the memory of ancient kings and religious traditions, and the historical records that document the diplomatic and commercial relationships that connected Champa to the broader world all serve as monuments to a remarkable civilization that enriched the cultural heritage of humanity through its creative synthesis of different traditions and its patient development of distinctive forms of artistic and spiritual expression. As we allow these gentle stories of endings and transformations to carry us toward sleep, we can appreciate how even the most profound changes and losses can be navigated with dignity and wisdom when communities maintain their essential values while adapting their methods to new circumstances. The final sunset of independent Champa, rather than representing merely a tragic ending, can be understood as a transformation that preserved the most valuable elements of a great civilization while preparing the way for new forms of cultural expression and community organization that would allow the Cham people to survive and maintain their distinctive identity through centuries of foreign rule. In the quiet courage of communities that preserved their traditions through generations of adversity. In the patient creativity of individuals who found new ways to maintain old customs. And in the enduring strength of cultural values that proved more durable than political institutions. We find the same peaceful wisdom that can guide us through our own times of transition and change, carrying us softly toward the restful sleep that prepares us for whatever challenges and opportunities tomorrow may bring. In the gentle twilight of memory, where the past speaks to the present in whispers soft as evening breeze through palm fronds, where the stories of ancient kingdoms continue to live and breathe long after their political forms have dissolved into the flowing currents of history. We find ourselves drawn to explore the enduring legacy of the Cham people. A legacy that proves more durable than stone temples and more persistent than royal dynasties. A living testament to the power of culture and community to transcend the temporary setbacks of political defeat and foreign domination. For even though the last independent king of Champa was captured more than 5 centuries ago, even though the ancient capital cities have crumbled into archaeological sites visited by scholars and tourists rather than pilgrims and courtiers, the essential spirit of Cham civilization continues to manifest itself in countless ways that enrich the lives of people throughout Southeast Asia and beyond, creating new forms of beauty and meaning that honor the past while embracing the possibilities of the present and future. The survival of Cham cultural traditions through more than 5 centuries of foreign rule represents one of the most remarkable examples of cultural resilience in human history, demonstrating how deeply rooted spiritual and social practices can persist and even flourish under circumstances that might seem to make such survival impossible. When the Vietnamese armies of Emperor Le Thanh Tong swept through the Cham territories in 1471, destroying the political and religious institutions that had sustained independent Cham civilization for more than a millennium, many observers must have assumed that the distinctive culture of the Cham people would gradually disappear through assimilation into the dominant Vietnamese society that now controlled their ancestral lands. Yet the centuries that followed this apparent cultural catastrophe revealed the remarkable depth and resilience of the foundations upon which Cham identity had been built during the long period of independent development. Instead of disappearing, Cham communities developed new strategies for cultural preservation that proved remarkably effective at maintaining their essential characteristics while adapting to the constraints and opportunities of life under foreign political control. These strategies involved both the careful protection of traditional practices within family and community settings, and the creative adaptation of cultural forms to new circumstances that required different methods of expression and transmission. The role of women in maintaining Cham cultural continuity during this long period of political subjugation was particularly crucial, as the traditional matrilineal elements of Cham social organization provided institutional frameworks that could function effectively even when formal political and religious structures were disrupted or destroyed. Cham mothers and grandmothers became the primary guardians of cultural knowledge, responsible for teaching children the traditional languages, story songs and customs that connected them to their ancestral heritage while also providing the practical skills and adaptive strategies necessary for survival in a changing world. The preservation of the Cham language represents perhaps the most fundamental aspect of this cultural survival, as language serves not merely as a tool for communication but as a repository of cultural knowledge, a framework for understanding the world, and a means of maintaining connections to ancestral wisdom and community identity. Despite centuries of pressure to adopt Vietnamese as the primary language of education, commerce and public life, Cham communities have maintained their traditional languages through careful attention to domestic transmission and community reinforcement of linguistic practices. Modern linguistic research has revealed the remarkable richness and complexity of contemporary Cham language traditions, which preserve not only the basic vocabulary and grammar necessary for everyday communication, but also specialized terminologies related to traditional occupations, religious practices, artistic activities, and historical knowledge that connect contemporary speakers to the sophisticated intellectual traditions of their ancestors. The continued vitality of Cham languages in different regions reflects the success of community-based preservation efforts that have operated largely outside formal educational institutions but have proven remarkably effective at maintaining linguistic continuity across many generations. The religious traditions that have been preserved and developed by Cham communities during the post-independence period demonstrate the same combination of conservation and adaptation that has characterized all aspects of Cham cultural survival. Some communities have maintained traditional Hindu practices that connect them directly to the classical religious traditions of the Golden Age, preserving Sanskrit liturgies, temple ceremonies, and festival observances that provide unbroken links to the spiritual foundations of ancient Cham civilization. These Hindu-practicing Cham communities, often called Cham Ahir, have maintained elaborate temple complexes and religious hierarchies that continue to serve important functions in community organization and cultural transmission. Other Cham communities have embraced Islamic religious traditions that were introduced during the later medieval period and have since become dominant among Cham populations in both Vietnam and Cambodia. These Muslim Cham communities, known as Chambani, have developed distinctive forms of Islamic practice that incorporate traditional Cham cultural elements while maintaining connections to the broader Islamic world through pilgrimage, scholarship, and commercial relationships. The mosques and Islamic schools that serve these communities have become important centers for cultural preservation and community organization that complement and sometimes overlap with traditional family and village structures. The synthesis of Islamic and traditional Cham elements in contemporary religious practice represents a continuation of the same creative cultural adaptation that characterized Cham civilization during its period of political independence. Rather than simply adopting foreign religious forms wholesale, Cham Muslim communities have developed distinctive interpretations of Islamic teachings that honor both their new spiritual commitments and their ancestral cultural heritage, creating religious traditions that are authentically Islamic while remaining recognizably Cham in their expression and emphasis. The artistic traditions that continue to flourish in contemporary Cham communities provide perhaps the most visible and accessible examples of cultural continuity. As traditional crafts, music, dance, and literature continue to be practiced and developed by artists who maintain direct connections to ancient techniques and aesthetic principles while also responding to contemporary influences and opportunities. Cham textile production, particularly the weaving of ceremonial garments and decorative cloths, has maintained extremely high standards of technical excellence and artistic sophistication that rival the finest examples from the classical period. Contemporary Cham textiles often feature complex geometric patterns and symbolic motifs that preserve ancient design traditions while incorporating new colors, materials, and techniques that reflect changing circumstances and preferences. The production of these textiles continues to follow traditional methods that involve entire extended families and require specialized knowledge that is passed down through generations of master weavers, creating economic opportunities while maintaining cultural connections that strengthen community bonds and preserve traditional skills. Cham musical traditions have also demonstrated remarkable persistence and vitality, with traditional instruments, vocal styles, and repertoires continuing to play important roles in religious ceremonies. community celebrations, and artistic performances that attract audiences from far beyond Cham communities themselves. The haunting melodies and complex rhythmic patterns that characterize traditional Cham music reflect the same sophisticated aesthetic sensibilities that produced the magnificent stone sculptures and architectural monuments of the classical period, while also incorporating influences from other musical traditions that have enriched rather than replaced the essential Cham character of these artistic expressions. The traditional Cham dance forms that accompany religious ceremonies and community festivals have preserved not only specific choreographic sequences and costume traditions, but also the spiritual and social functions that these performances served in classical Cham society. Contemporary Cham dancers maintain rigorous training regimens that require years of study under master teachers who preserve detailed knowledge of traditional movement vocabularies, costume requirements, and ceremonial contexts that connect modern performances to ancient religious and cultural practices. The literary traditions that continue to develop in contemporary Cham communities include both the preservation of ancient texts and oral traditions and the creation of new works that address contemporary concerns while maintaining connections to traditional forms and themes. Cham poets and storytellers continue to compose works in traditional meters and styles, while also experimenting with new forms of expression that reflect their experiences as ethnic minorities within modern nation-states. These literary activities serve important functions in maintaining cultural identity and community cohesion while also contributing to the broader literary traditions of the countries where Cham communities reside. The architectural traditions that developed during the classical period continue to influence contemporary Cham construction projects, particularly religious buildings that serve the spiritual and community needs of modern Cham populations. While contemporary Cham architects must work within the constraints imposed by modern building codes, available materials, and limited financial resources, they continue to incorporate traditional design elements and symbolic features that maintain visual and spiritual connections to the magnificent temple complexes of the past. These modern buildings, while necessarily different in scale and technique from their classical predecessors, preserve essential aesthetic and functional characteristics that make them recognizably Cham while serving the needs of contemporary communities. The culinary traditions that have been preserved and developed by Cham communities represent another important aspect of cultural continuity that provides both practical benefits and symbolic connections to ancestral heritage. Traditional Cham cooking techniques, ingredient combinations, and ceremonial food preparations continue to play central roles in family life, religious observances, and community celebrations, while also contributing to the broader culinary cultures of Southeast Asia through the influence of Cham cooks and restaurateurs who have introduced traditional recipes and cooking methods to wider audiences. The distinctive flavors and cooking techniques that characterize Cham cuisine reflect both the maritime orientation of traditional Cham society and the cultural synthesis that incorporated influences from Indian, Chinese, and other Southeast Asian culinary traditions while maintaining recognizably Cham characteristics. Contemporary Cham cooks continue to prepare traditional dishes for special occasions while also adapting ancient recipes to modern ingredients and cooking equipment. demonstrating the same creative flexibility that has characterized all aspects of Cham cultural adaptation. The educational efforts that contemporary Cham communities have developed to transmit cultural knowledge to younger generations represent perhaps the most crucial aspect of modern cultural preservation, as these initiatives will ultimately determine whether the remarkable legacy of classical Cham civilization continues to enrich future generations or gradually disappears through assimilation and neglect. Community-based schools and cultural centers throughout Vietnam and Cambodia offer instruction in traditional languages, religious practices, artistic skills, and historical knowledge that complement the mainstream education that Cham children receive in government schools. These educational initiatives face significant challenges related to funding, qualified teachers, and competition from modern forms of entertainment and communication that often seem more immediately attractive to young people than traditional cultural activities. However, they also benefit from the deep commitment of community leaders and parents who understand the importance of cultural transmission and are willing to invest substantial time and resources in ensuring that their ancestral heritage continues to thrive in contemporary settings. The scholarly research that has been conducted on various aspects of Cham history, language, and culture during the 20th and 21st centuries has contributed significantly to both academic understanding and community pride in the remarkable achievements of classical Cham civilization. Archaeological excavations at sites like My Son have revealed the sophisticated technical and artistic capabilities of ancient Cham builders and sculptors, while linguistic studies have documented the complexity and richness of traditional Cham languages and literature. Historical research using both local and foreign sources has reconstructed the political and economic development of the Cham kingdoms, revealing their important roles in the broader development of Southeast Asian civilization. This scholarly work has not only advanced academic knowledge, but has also provided contemporary Cham communities with new sources of pride and identity that help counter the negative stereotypes and historical neglect that ethnic minorities often face within modern nation-states. The recognition of classical Cham achievements in fields such as architecture, sculpture, literature, and maritime technology has contributed to a broader appreciation of Cham contributions to world civilization while also providing educational resources that Cham communities can use in their own cultural preservation efforts. The international recognition that Cham cultural heritage has received through UNESCO designation of sites like My Son as World Heritage locations has also contributed to increased awareness and appreciation of Cham achievements while providing some protection and resources for preservation efforts. This international attention has helped ensure that the remarkable architectural and artistic legacy of classical Cham civilization will be preserved for future generations while also creating opportunities for cultural tourism that can provide economic benefits to contemporary Cham communities. The diaspora communities that have developed as Cham people have migrated to various countries around the world have created new opportunities for cultural preservation and development while also facing new challenges related to maintaining traditional practices in foreign environments. Cham communities in countries such as Malaysia, the United States, France, and Australia have established cultural centers, religious institutions, and educational programs that serve both local community needs and broader efforts to preserve and promote Cham cultural heritage on an international scale. These diaspora communities often maintain strong connections to Cham populations in Vietnam and Cambodia, while also developing new forms of cultural expression that reflect their experiences as immigrants and ethnic minorities in diverse social and political environments. The cultural innovations that emerge from these diaspora communities often find their way back to traditional Cham territories, creating new opportunities for cultural exchange and development that enrich all Cham communities regardless of their geographic location. The contemporary political efforts that aim to protect and promote Cham cultural rights within Vietnam and Cambodia represent important developments that could significantly affect the long-term prospects for cultural preservation and community development. While these efforts face significant challenges related to majority-minority relations and competing priorities within modern nation-states, they also reflect growing international recognition of indigenous and minority cultural rights that could provide new frameworks for protecting and promoting Cham cultural heritage. The tourism industry that has developed around classical Cham archaeological sites and contemporary cultural performances provides both opportunities and challenges for modern Cham communities. While cultural tourism can provide important economic benefits and help raise awareness of Cham cultural achievements, it also creates pressures for commercialization and simplification that could distort traditional practices and reduce complex cultural traditions to superficial entertainment products. The challenge facing contemporary Cham communities is to develop forms of cultural tourism that provide genuine economic benefits while maintaining the authenticity and spiritual significance of traditional practices. The technological innovations that are transforming global communication and cultural exchange are creating new opportunities for Cham cultural preservation and development, while also posing new challenges related to cultural authenticity and community cohesion. Digital technologies enable Cham communities around the world to maintain connections with each other and to share cultural knowledge and artistic expressions across great distances, while also providing new platforms for documenting and preserving traditional practices that might otherwise be lost. The environmental challenges that affect the traditional territories where many Cham communities continue to live create additional pressures that must be addressed in any comprehensive approach to cultural preservation. Climate change, economic development, and environmental degradation all threaten the natural settings and resource bases that have supported traditional Cham occupations and cultural practices for many centuries. The development of sustainable economic activities that can provide livelihoods for Cham communities while preserving the environmental foundations of traditional culture represents one of the most important challenges facing contemporary Cham leaders and their supporters. The intergenerational transmission of cultural knowledge that will ultimately determine the long-term survival of Cham cultural traditions requires careful attention to the needs and interests of young people who must choose between investment in traditional cultural learning and participation in the modern educational and economic systems that provide access to mainstream opportunities. The development of cultural education programs that can effectively compete with modern alternatives while maintaining the depth and authenticity of traditional knowledge represents perhaps the most crucial challenge facing contemporary Cham communities. The international support networks that have developed to assist Cham cultural preservation efforts provide important resources and advocacy that can help address some of the challenges facing contemporary communities. Academic institutions, cultural organizations, and governmental agencies in various countries have established programs that support Cham cultural research, education, and preservation activities while also raising awareness of Cham cultural achievements and contemporary needs among international audiences. As we allow these gentle reflections on cultural persistence and adaptation to guide us toward the peaceful conclusion of our long journey through Cham history, we can appreciate how the remarkable legacy of this ancient civilization continues to enrich the world in countless ways that demonstrate the enduring power of human creativity, resilience, and wisdom. The Cham people's success in maintaining their distinctive cultural identity through more than 5 centuries of foreign political control provides inspiration and practical guidance for communities throughout the world that face similar challenges in preserving their heritage while adapting to changing circumstances. The architectural monuments that preserve the memory of classical Cham achievements continue to inspire architects, artists, and spiritual seekers who find in these ancient stones evidence of humanity's capacity to create beauty and meaning that transcends the limitations of particular times and circumstances. The religious and philosophical traditions that were developed during the period of Cham independence continue to offer guidance and comfort to people seeking spiritual understanding and community connection in an increasingly complex and fragmented world. The artistic and literary traditions that have been preserved and developed by contemporary Cham communities continue to contribute to the broader cultural heritage of Southeast Asia and the world, enriching the lives of people who may never visit a Cham village or temple but who benefit from the creative expressions that emerge from communities that maintain vital connections to ancient sources of wisdom and beauty. The commitment to cultural preservation and development that characterizes contemporary Cham communities provides a model of community resilience and cultural pride that offers hope and practical guidance to ethnic minorities throughout the world. Now, as our long journey through the centuries draws to its gentle close, as we prepare to drift away on the ancient ocean currents that have carried so many stories from distant shores to peaceful harbors, let us rest in the quiet satisfaction that comes from having shared in the remarkable story of a people whose achievements in art and architecture, literature and learning, commerce and diplomacy, spiritual development and cultural synthesis continue to enrich our understanding of what human communities can accomplish when they combine respect for tradition with openness to beneficial change, when they balance local identity with cosmopolitan engagement, when they choose accommodation over confrontation and cultural synthesis over cultural purity. The gentle waves that wash against the shores of central Vietnam today carry with them the same salt that touched the hull of King Prakasadharma's ships as they returned from diplomatic missions to the Tang Court of China. The same moisture that fell as rain upon the stone workers who carved the magnificent sculptures of my son. The same ocean currents that carried Cham merchants and their exotic cargoes to distant ports throughout the South China Sea and the Indian Ocean. In the eternal rhythm of these waters, in the patient persistence of tides that continue their ancient dance regardless of the rise and fall of kingdoms and empires, we find a reminder that the most valuable human achievements are those that, like the sea itself, endure through all changes and continue to nourish life in countless forms across the vast expanses of time and space. The monsoon winds that blow across the archaeological sites where Cham temples stand in partial ruin, their broken walls and fallen towers speaking more eloquently of human aspiration and divine inspiration than many buildings that remain intact, carry with them the whispered prayers of countless generations who found in these sacred places the peace and spiritual nourishment that their souls required. These same winds rustle through the palm groves where contemporary Cham families gather for festivals and ceremonies that maintain unbroken connections to traditions that are older than most of the world's great cities, older than most of the languages that are spoken today, older than most of the religious and philosophical systems that guide contemporary human understanding. In the faces of Cham children learning traditional songs from their grandmothers, in the hands of Cham weavers whose fingers follow patterns that were already ancient when Marco Polo traveled through Southeast Asia, in the voices of Cham storytellers who preserve in living memory the exploits of heroes whose names were carved in stone inscriptions when Europe was still emerging from its medieval darkness, we see evidence of humanity's remarkable capacity to preserve and transmit the wisdom and beauty that each generation creates for the benefit of those who will follow. The legacy of the Cham people reminds us that true wealth consists not in the accumulation of material possessions or the exercise of political power over others, but rather in the development of cultural traditions that enable communities to create meaning, beauty, and spiritual fulfillment that enriches the lives of all who participate in these traditions while also contributing to the broader heritage of human civilization. The temples and sculptures, the poems and stories, the musical compositions and dance traditions, the philosophical insights and religious practices that emerged from more than 15 centuries of independent Cham civilization continue to offer guidance and inspiration to contemporary people seeking to understand their own place in the great ongoing conversation between past and future that constitutes human history. As we settle now into the peaceful sleep that concludes our gentle journey through these ancient lands and times, let us carry with us the quiet wisdom that emerges from contemplating the remarkable achievements and enduring legacy of the Cham people. A wisdom that speaks to the importance of maintaining cultural traditions while remaining open to beneficial influences from other communities, that emphasizes the value of creating beauty and meaning through patient cooperative effort, that demonstrates the possibility of building prosperous and sophisticated civilizations through peaceful means rather than aggressive conquest, and that shows how communities can maintain their essential identity and values even through the most challenging periods of political adversity and cultural pressure. The stars that shine tonight above the South China Sea are the same stars that guided Cham navigators as they sailed between the ports of China and India, carrying goods and ideas that enriched the lives of countless people throughout the vast network of communities that participated in the peaceful commerce that was the foundation of Cham prosperity. In their gentle light, constant and reassuring across the centuries, we find a reminder that some things endure through all changes, that beauty and wisdom have the power to transcend the temporary limitations of political circumstances and material conditions, and that the human capacity for creating meaning and community provides resources that are more durable than the strongest fortifications and more valuable than the greatest treasures. Let the peaceful rhythm of waves against distant shores carry you now into the restorative sleep that prepares both body and spirit for whatever challenges and opportunities tomorrow may bring. Knowing that you have participated in the timeless human tradition of gathering around the metaphorical fire to share stories that connect us to our ancestors and to each other. Stories that remind us of who we are and who we might become. Stories that preserve in living memory the achievements and wisdom of those who have gone before us while inspiring us to continue their work of creating beauty and meaning in our own time and in our own way. In the gentle darkness that embraces all travelers at the end of their journeys. In the quiet satisfaction that comes from having learned something valuable about the remarkable diversity and creativity of human civilization. In the peaceful confidence that emerges from knowing that we are connected to a great community that extends across all boundaries of time and space and culture, we find the rest and renewal that prepares us to continue our own participation in the great ongoing story of human aspiration and achievement that began long before we were born and will continue long after we have returned to the earth that sustains all life and all dreams. Sleep now, peaceful traveler, and may your dreams be filled with the gentle beauty of temple gardens where lotus flowers bloom beside still pools reflecting ancient stone carvings, where the soft sound of bronze bells mingles with the distant rhythm of ocean waves, where the whispered wisdom of generations speaks to your heart in the universal language of love and understanding that needs no translation and recognizes no boundaries between peoples or times. In this eternal realm of shared human heritage, where all stories converge and all journeys find their peaceful conclusion, you are welcomed as both student and teacher, both listener and storyteller, both traveler and destination in the endless dance of learning and sharing that constitutes the true treasure of our common humanity.